this Climate Adaptation and Community Engagement and Equity Workshop. And this is hosted by the California Public Utilities Commission. And we will I would like to start by letting everyone know that this meeting is being recorded. We will be posting this online after the fact, so you'll be able to reference back to it. Thank you. Stay close. Okay, I'll stay close to the mic. We're just going to start off by doing a couple of welcome slides. If possible, that'd be great if we can get those online. All right, great. And my name is Megan Cook. I am the Climate Adaptation Analyst for the California Public Utility Commission's Energy Division. And I am the point staff person on our climate adaptation proceeding. And next slide, please. All right, next slide. There we go. Okay, so just to kick us off, for everyone's awareness, who's here in person, restrooms are in the atrium. And in the event of an evacuation, we would meet at Roosevelt Park, which is just kitty corner to this building. The only other thing to be aware of is that when you're entering and exiting the building, use the 9th Street entrance and exit. Don't use the one on the other side because, and there is signage, an alarm will go off, so don't use that door. Next slide, please. Okay, and then just for those who are online, we thank you for being online. Here's some logistics. You have your mute and unmute button and your chat feature. And let's see what else. As I said, this meeting is being recorded, and we are going to be using the chat box for questions. So feel free to use that as you have questions. We'll be fielding those. And if you would like to ask a question in verbal format, you can go ahead and raise your hand. Staff will unmute you, and you'll be able to ask your question, and we'll be able to hear you here in the room. So these are just some of the features to be aware of, and we will go ahead and move on to the next item. Next slide. Okay, so now we can kind of get into what is this workshop about. So the point of this workshop for us is to gather input from all of you to refine some of the requirements that we have for utility community engagement when it comes to climate adaptation, specifically climate adaptation vulnerability assessments, or CAVAs for short, and these are specific to energy infrastructure. And the other thing that we really want to focus on today is getting your input on different methods for measuring equity impacts of these CAVAs and equity impacts of the climate adaptation proceeding and climate adaptation planning. So the point of this is that your input will help inform a future CPUC decision, and this decision is going to be intended to improve guidance for equity when it comes to utility infrastructure. And we're expecting that this decision would come out sometime in 2025. And so the focus is on long-term planning. It's related to infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and utility operations. And so that is the focus here, is specifically climate adaptation as it comes to energy infrastructure. So that is the focus of today's conversation. Okay, next slide. All right, and you would have seen a handout when you came in of this agenda for your reference, but we also have it here on the screen. So the way that we're laying out today, we'll be going from 10 to 4:15. We'll start out, as I'm already doing, with an introduction, and then we will move on to a presentation from PG&E on lessons learned from their previous community engagement, as well as a conversation with some local government perspectives. And then we'll have lunch. Next segment will be a presentation on climate vulnerability metrics. And then after a short break, we will move on to the ESJ roundtable discussion. And this will be on equity principles and climate vulnerability metrics, where we'll be getting most of the feedback from the group here today. And then we'll close out and again, end at 4:15. Okay, next slide. All right, so just to kind of lay some of the groundwork for how we'd like this discussion to go, this workshop is structured to encourage honest dialogue and engage various perspectives. And so, it's important to remember, keep your comments friendly and respectful, do your best to be present and, not speak over folks, and be considerate of others as you're speaking. And then just remember that the chat feature is for Q&A or technical issues only for those online. Okay, next slide. All right, and I will now hand it over to Commissioner Darcy Houck, who is the lead commissioner on the climate adaptation proceeding. Take it away.
So good morning. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, everyone, for being here this morning to participate in the workshop, where, as Megan said, we'll be discussing community engagement and equity in the context of climate change. The Commission established this rulemaking, which is R1804-019, in April of 2018. The purpose of the proceeding is to consider strategies to integrate climate adaptation matters in relevant Commission proceedings. And we're currently in phase 2 of the proceeding. And one of the category issues identified in the phase 2 scoping memo is the need for clarifying guidance regarding community engagement plans and related disadvantaged and vulnerable community consultations and tribal consultations. We held a workshop in March of 2023 where we heard from representatives of community-based organizations, investor-owned utilities, and tribal representatives prior to issuing the scoping memo, which was issued in June of 2023. Again, the task set out as the issue here is identified as refinements to the community engagement plan, preparation, disadvantaged vulnerable community consultation, and tribal consultation requirements for the large investor-owned utilities. Today's workshop is intended to start that discussion on how to address the task 2, and the portion of the phase 2 of the climate adaptation proceeding, again, is focused on improvements to community engagement and equity impacts, and the goal is to identify improvements needed to the community engagement process to better address engagement and benefits for disadvantaged vulnerable communities and tribal communities in the implementation of the investor-owned utilities climate adaptation vulnerability assessments, or CAVAs. And so the utilities are responsible for doing the climate engagement, and our decision will be setting the guidelines and the guidance for them as they go out and conduct this engagement. So these workshops are very important for us to hear from you, to know what is going to work and what's going to bring folks to the table to be able to meaningfully engage, so that information can be incorporated into the CAVAs that will then be submitted to the Commission and inform other proceedings like the general rate cases and the RAMP proceedings. I do want to note that we're using the term consultation in regards to disadvantaged vulnerable communities and tribal communities, but the consultation is different. We do want to make sure that we're recognizing the sovereign status of tribes and the need to engage with tribes as governments by the utilities, and to ensure that the processes they set up work for the tribes that they're engaging with. So today, the main goal of today's workshop is to hear from you and to get more information. We have the presentations and the agenda that Megan went over to provide sort of a background and a landscape, and then we really want to get your opinions and hear from each of you. We'll also be holding another workshop in November in Southern California, so this is just the beginning of the discussion. And I really want to thank our Energy Division staff, Megan Cook, Cheryl Cox, their team, Zara Jamshed, who I think is online. Oh, behind me. Okay, there's Zara. I want to thank my advisor, Victor Smith, who's here today, my Deputy Chief of Staff, Amanda Singh, Birmingham, who is online, and our IT folks who came down from San Francisco to make the hybrid meeting possible. And again, just all of you for being here today, whether you're in person or online, because this is a really important conversation that's going to set the tone for how we address climate adaptation going forward for the Commission. And with that, I will turn it back over to Megan.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's really important points. All right, so this next segment, I'm going to be going into the actual background of some of the things that have happened in this proceeding already, just to give you guys the lay of the land. Next slide, please. All right, so we've talked a little bit about what the climate adaptation proceeding is. So this proceeding at the Commission, the purpose of it is to require IOUs to assess climate impacts on their infrastructure and their operations, and we're asking them to do that decades into the future, do that planning for the long term, and also to identify potential options to mitigate those threats, to adapt infrastructure to those climate impacts. And the way that we ask the IOUs to do that, the investor-owned utilities to do that, is through these climate adaptation vulnerability assessments, or CAVAs. And these are analyses reports that the utilities submit to us every 4 years. And the other thing that we ask the utilities to do is to develop a community engagement plan that they submit 1 year before they submit their CAVA. And those are the two main actual items that they're submitting to the Utilities Commission to do that planning. So this also includes, for the community engagement plans, this includes a focus on disadvantaged and vulnerable communities, or DVCs. And within the proceeding, this is defined as including tribal lands, the 25% highest scoring communities on the state's Cal Enviro screen, which is a score, which is a metric of things like pollution burden and income and things like that. And then also includes census tracts with a median income less than 60% of state median. And so those are the types of communities that the community engagement plan focuses on. And the other thing to highlight is that the purpose of the CAVAs and of the SEPs is to be informational. So no investment decisions or funding decisions are being made within these CAVAs or within this proceeding. The point of these documents is to be informational to other planning that's occurring in other areas at the Commission. So that includes the risk, the RAMPs, which is a risk mitigation report, and also the general rate cases, which we also call GRCs, where investment decisions are being made and spending decisions are being made for the IOUs. So again, these CAVAs are just informational for subsequent decisions that'll be made in a GRC or another application. And they can also feed into other long-term planning. Okay, next slide. All right, so the process as it's designed currently, as I mentioned, we have the CAVAs, and then the year before that, the community engagement plan. So as you can see in this flow chart, we have community engagement plan in year 1. Next year, they submit the CAVA to the Commission. And then the next step is that the information from the CAVA can then flow into the RAMP, the risk assessment mitigation phase. That's a different report. We don't need to worry about that today. That's a separate proceeding. But just for your information, it does flow into that as information. And then there's also the utilities are required to do a post-CAVA engagement survey. So survey the folks that they engaged as they were developing their CAVA and get an idea of how they felt it went and submit that to the Commission as well. So that all happens the year after the CAVA, and then the year after that is their general rate case. So the CAVAs are timed to be ahead of the general rate case so that that information can flow into it. And these general rate cases, again, happen every 4 years, which is why the CAVAs also happen every 4 years. So that's just something to be aware of, is that the CAVA is meant to be informational and flow into these other steps in utility processes and into planning processes. Okay, next slide. And then the latest thing to happen in this proceeding is on August 1st, the Commission adopted a decision 24-08-005, which updated CAVA guidelines specifically around climate modeling and other more technical aspects. So The decision updated climate science and analysis requirements within the CAVAs, and the updates were meant to align with what is considered the best available science as established by the California Climate Assessments and the International Panel on Climate Change. And that included specifically new baseline climate scenarios, specifically the SSP 3-7, which is they're basically just scenarios of what, how humans might behave in the future and what policies they might pass, kind of estimating what level of emissions we might expect. And so the utilities are required to use those climate scenarios in their CAVA, and they're also required to adopt what's called a global warming level approach when it comes to climate modeling. And what that means is that instead of asking, okay, what temperature do we expect it to be in 2045, you would instead ask, okay, at 2 degrees of warming, what would we expect to happen? What climate impacts would we expect to see? So you're coming at it from a more degrees-based approach. So that's one of the things that was adopted by the decision. And it also requires the utilities to examine specific degree scenarios, so 1.5 Celsius degrees of warming, 2 degrees of warming, and also orders the IOUs to update their requirements for best practices for climate assessments. And then it also requires the IOUs, critically, to publicly present and seek stakeholder input on their draft CAVAs 90 days before they're required to submit it to the commission. And so that's a new feature, having to introduce and get input in advance of submission. And the IOUs would also are also required then to respond to that feedback in an appendix to their CAVA once they finally submit it. And the last thing that's required by this decision is that there are added requirements for when they do, create any investment proposals down the road after the CAVAs, that they demonstrate incrementality, prioritization, cost effectiveness, and justification of any investment request in their general rate case or other applications that is founded on what was in the CAVA. And so to be a little more specific about what that means, basically if a utility wants to propose some sort of investment to address climate risk, they would have to demonstrate that this investment wouldn't have happened without the information in the CAVA, that they're prioritizing responsibly the key investments that need to be made, and that it's the most cost-effective option, to give you an idea of what that would look like. So that's not happening in the CAVA. These are requirements, this last bullet, these are requirements for what would happen after the CAVA when an investment proposal is being made. Okay, next slide. All right, so getting back to today, I gave you a little bit of groundwork, kind of gave you, I know that was a lot of information, so don't panic. We'll keep reminding you what we're talking about. And also do remember, if you're in the room, that we did give you a handout with some definitions on it. So that might help you as we're going along in the day. But to get back to what our goal is today, so as the commissioner mentioned, there is a specific scope for this proceeding of what this segment of the proceeding needs to focus on, what questions we're trying to answer as we move into this next phase. And so up on the screen, you'll see what the specific questions are, and they all center around what refinements should the commission adopt regarding how the commission consults with disadvantaged and vulnerable communities and others, and how utilities are required to prepare their community engagement plans. And this includes some more detailed questions, things like, should we have more guidance on what the intended outcomes of the SEPs are and what the intended outcomes of consultation are? Do we need to talk about and find ways to reduce consultation fatigue for the groups that we are having the utilities reach out to? Are there efficiencies that we could be creating with other proceedings, perhaps? These are some of the questions. An additional question that is asked is, and again, these are also listed on your handout, so you don't have to take too many notes on what I'm describing here. But another question is, so for the definition of disadvantaged and vulnerable community, which I mentioned earlier, is that definition appropriate? Do we need to make tweaks to that definition? And some other items include, do we need to create new guidance or additional guidance for how utilities are consulting with local governments, or with how utilities are consulting with tribes? And lastly, let's see here. Oh, yes. Any other guidance regarding how we talk about adaptive capacity and things like that? And then the last item is specific to the CPUC's ESJ action plan and what impacts the actions in this proceeding might be having on the pre-existing ESJ action plan that the CPUC adopted in, I believe, 2022. Okay, so that's just to give you an idea of when we ask you questions today during the conversation, this is kind of the framework that those questions are coming from, just to give you an idea. All right, next slide. Okay, so now I can give you an idea of your role. So as we've talked about today, we really just want your feedback on these topics. We want to know what you consider to be best practices, where you find opportunities for collaboration, and what are the roles of different groups when it comes to developing these CAVAs? You know, what roles do you want to have in this process? And that's the kind of conversation we're hoping to have today. So we welcome your input and appreciate your time today again. All right, next slide. That might be the end of this section, I believe. Next slide. Oh, yeah, sorry, you're good. Sorry. Okay, so any questions on that before we move on to the next section? Again, I know I threw a lot of information at you, so I appreciate you.
I don't know if it's helpful if we go back one more slide on your role in case people want to take a look at that while we're having the discussion.
Sure, yeah. So at this next segment, we're actually going to be having PG&E present, but as we get into the discussion, we can definitely refer back to that. All right, so I think at this point, I will be handing it off to PG&E for their presentation. Next slide, please. All right, yeah, so here's our group, and I will go ahead and hand it over to Nathan to take it away.
Great, thanks very much, Megan. My name is Nathan Bengtson. I have the pleasure of leading PG&E's Climate Resilience program, which is responsible for the CAVA and the associated community engagement plan. And I'm really excited to be here today because I've been part of this process since the proceeding opened in 2018, and so I had the pleasure of being part of the development of the initial requirements and then also executing those requirements. I'm also very grateful to Cheryl and Megan for dialoguing with us on how to make this the most productive meeting we can have. I'm joined here today by fellow travelers in our CEP process, Michael McCormick, George Chen, May Nia. These were people who actually participated in our Resilient Together advisory groups, and so you'll have a chance to hear from us today about how we thought it went and our summary of the process, but we also have our friends here who were deeply involved to keep us honest and provide their firsthand perspective as well. So thank you all for being here. With that, let's go ahead and dive in. Next slide, please. Awesome, thank you. You can go ahead and go to the next one as well. Next slide. I can also grab the clicker if that's easier for y'all. Yeah, either way. So, I think Megan did a really good job. Megan Cook, I'm joined here by my colleague Megan Cowan. We got two Megans in the house today. You'll hear from Megan Cowan here in a moment, but Megan Cook did a really good job of setting up why we're here. And what we're here to do as PG&E is just share our lessons learned from the process to inform the refinements to this process going forward. And I think there are three guiding questions I'd like us to keep in mind today. One is, what outcome are we intending to cause with CAVA community engagement? Like, what is this for? What are we trying to do? Who benefits? Does the current structure of community engagement support that outcome? And then how might we adjust? So really just restating what Megan Cook said already. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm the guy now. Big ones, there we go. It worked a moment ago. Where am I pointing? Okay. Sorry, y'all.
Oh, maybe you turned it off.
Did I turn it on? One more? Thank you. Okay. All right. We have limited time, and I really want to hear from the folks on the panel, but I just wanted to start off by giving you a view of how PG&E sees itself these days. So this is our 10-year True North strategy, and you can see that in more than one place, if you squint, architecting an electric system, really an energy system that is resilient to climate change, is a huge priority for us. It's also part of our planet stand that a clean and resilient energy for all will be reality. And CAVA is an important part of making that happen by assessing our vulnerability and helping us plan for that future. Next slide, please. There we go. So there's a little bit of an eye chart, but I want to start off by talking to you about what we actually did for our RTAG group, and then we'll talk about some of the lessons we learned. So given the size of our service area, we knew that we were going to have to break this down regionally, which is how we're organized in many ways today anyway. So we had 5 regions. Each region had its own Resilient Together advisory group consisting of trusted local community benefit organizations. And then we actually partnered with the people who came onto the RTAGs to design and execute the outreach. So rather than sort of designing one-size-fits-all outreach, we said, let's talk to the folks who know the communities that they serve, ask them how they think they can best reach people, and then design outreach in communication with them. And so we were really interested in making sure we got the right information. We were agnostic about how that was done. And so we're super grateful to our RTAG community partners in making that happen. I will also say that I think our outreach was quite successful. Across the 5 regions, we partnered with 52 CBOs. We had over 200 outreach activities. That resulted in almost 6,000 surveys completed across 451 unique zip codes and 49 unique counties. So yes, we're a big service area, but with our partnership approach, we managed to get out there and talk to folks. Next slide, please. All right. So there's a lot on this list, and I would encourage you to sort of go down and read the 1 through 11 here as I'm talking at you. But the thing that I do also want to pull out is that on top of these specific recommendations, which are also included in our final report and our final CAVA submittal, there was really something that came out beyond everything else, which is that affordability and reliability are the top line concerns that people have. And that makes sense. That's fundamentally the role of an investor-owned utility, is to provide safe, clean, affordable, and reliable energy. It was also a really good learning experience to work through these other priorities, 1 through 11, because in many cases, these are services that we either provide or are set up to provide, but there wasn't sort of enough awareness. And so one of the things that I think was a benefit of the RTAG process was we did a whole session for each of our RTAGs just on what we do offer and how some of these needs are something we're already thinking about. But clearly, something we need to publicize more, make sure it's getting to the right places. Again, though, the point is affordability and reliability are really the key thing, and planning for climate change successfully helps preserve that value into the future. Next slide, please. So when we summed up, we did our surveys at the end. We had our RTAG participants talk about what the benefits and costs were of participating in this process with us. And there were a lot of benefits. A lot of them were process related. So increased awareness of and familiarity with climate change and resilience and adaptation concepts. A lot of the folks we were talking to, very familiar with their communities and very familiar with the service that they provide, but maybe not necessarily focused on climate adaptation. And so folks expressed value in understanding how these issues intersect with their issues, whether they be housing, community health, economic development, and that sort of thing. Folks also expressed an appreciation for the opportunity to get to better know and network with other CBO providers in their areas. And there was the potential for an improved relationship with PG&E. One of the things we did up front was take time and take the time to move at the speed of trust. Starting each engagement with we know that we have history, let's talk about it, let's get it out in the open, and get to a point where we feel comfortable engaging with each other honestly on the content. So making space for that up front, I think, was really helpful. But I think something that's really important and something that came up throughout the process is that, no projects came out of this. No community actually gained physical resilience as a result of this because, as Megan said, the CAVA is intended to be informational. It's at the front of a long process, which we'll talk about more in a moment. Next slide, please. Okay. This is also hard to see, I apologize. But what you're looking at here are the challenges that we encountered through this process and worked through with our RTAG partners. On the right in the green, on the second column for strategy, that strategy refers to how we dealt with this in the context of the Resilient Together advisory groups. We're actually going to talk about sort of something a little bit different today, which is how these challenges kind of bear on the structure of CAVA community engagement and how we might suggest that they be altered going forward to address those challenges. So the strategy here is how we did it while we were in it, and then I think today we're talking about how we do it going forward differently. Next slide, please. And actually, you can go ahead too, because I'm just restating the guiding questions there. All right. These are also, if you want to follow along on your worksheet, these are in response to the questions that were posed. So I'm gonna go pretty fast because I want to get to discussion, but please feel free to stop me. So one, what about the purpose and intended outcomes for the CEP and DVC consultation process? Well, I think early on, we recognized that there was just going to be an extremely long chain of impact here. As much as it's to identify and prioritize utility climate adaptation investments, we know that the CAVAs are an assessment. They're about looking at long-term vulnerability and what we might do about that in the future. But I think that can kind of get a little bit complicated when you're talking to people about their lived experience and their immediate needs. It's hard to have a really focused conversation about 2050 when people are hurting today. And so something that we want to do is move toward a CEP process that's really focused on tangible outcomes that build physical community resilience. I think there's also a question of how distributional equity and the intended outcomes that are stated in the current CEP guidelines really relate to the overall investment planning process. And I think that's something that I hope we can talk about more today. Next slide, please. Okay. I talked about a long chain of impact. This is what I mean by that. So Megan alluded to this in her process slide earlier, but our community engagement really happened through 2022 and 2023, but the first time that any of that feedback could actually be applied to specific projects wouldn't come until 2027. So that's just a really long time. And I think the way that we managed this in the process was by being honest about it and really upfront about it. Our RTAG friends can say if that was successful or not. But all along, our commitment was, we're going to take your feedback, we're going to put it in the CAVA, we're going to make sure to distribute it throughout the company, but we don't know exactly how that's going to turn out in the long run in terms of actually building resilience. Next slide, please. All right. Consultation fatigue. I think the answer here is similar to the first one, which is just that if you have a more direct chain of impact, your engagement that you get is going to be more meaningful and fulfilling. Folks like to see that their impact is used and actually results in something changing. And I think something else that's really important is to recognize all of the engagement that's going on. There's so much engagement going on at the local government level, both in terms of climate mitigation and adaptation. And we think that it's a miss to sort of leave them out of the triangle of planning for resilience. And so what we would like to do, or what we suggest, is that maybe we align with what local governments are or are not already doing to make sure we're meeting people in a process they're already participating in, not adding process. And the importance of bringing local government in is that it connects the planning that they're already doing for local resilience with what we might do to support that resilience. Next slide, please. All right. over to you.
Thanks, Nathan. For everyone who I've not met, I'm Megan Cowan. I'm sort of taking over the community engagement work going into the next CAVA. So the next question we looked at was the definition of DVCs. So we found that their requirement to work and engage with all DVCs in our service area was both too broad but also too specific. Too broad because all DVCs is about 50% of PG&E service territory. That's just way too many people to engage in a meaningful way. While at the same time, it's too specific because many of our RTAGs really expanded that DVC definition. There was other people that they thought needed to be at that table, had opinions on climate resilience in their communities. And this is because virtually all communities in California are exposed to more than one climate hazard. So there's really not a good way to engage that many people in a meaningful way. We have to sort of target and pick and choose and pick the right people. Because if the desired outcome is to enhance local climate resilience, it might be better to work with local governments and target those local governments where they are at and sort of move forward with engagement based on those local governments and their capacity. So a couple ways forward here that we propose. First is to allow communities to define their own strengths and vulnerabilities. The RTAGs are really the experts here, right? They know who needs to be at the table, who we should be engaging, and they can help us sort of target the specific people and the right people. The second one is to base our local engagement on the capacity of local governments to engage on resilience projects. And I'll speak to that a little more later, but that's sort of our general thought there. Next slide, please. All right. The next question is collaboration with local governments, and we were really happy that the Commission asked this question. We thought this was sort of the crux of the issue here and hopefully the way forward. So we found that local governments play a key role in implementing community resilience, and engagement should include both communities and local governments together. We have to do them both together, but we shouldn't really be engaging them just on resilience in general, or even on sort of this long chain project of sort of in utility investment planning. We thought it was better to engage them on specific actionable projects. We also found that there is an opportunity cost here of doing our own engagement. Local governments are already out there working on resilience, and PG&E is not showing up maybe the way we would like to be because we're over here doing our own engagement. It might be better to plug ourselves into the engagement work that's already happening in communities. So the way forward here is to center community engagement around partnered resilience projects with local governments that are mutually beneficial. Next slide, please. So what would that actually look like? Well, in 2020, we did a project at our Ravenswood substation, which is located on the San Francisco Bay, and it, as well as a surrounding disadvantaged and vulnerable community, as well as the Meta or Facebook headquarters, are all vulnerable to tidal inundation, and we all worked together to apply for a FEMA BRIC grant. So PG&E put in some money, which encouraged Meta to put in some money, and we all went in as the joint applicant, and we were successful for the grant proposal through flood protection, and we really were successful because we all went in together rather than just one applicant. And this is what we see as the way forward here. PG&E could really be a catalyst on projects like this. We could, find other partners and make bigger projects because there's projects all across our service area where PG&E's assets are vulnerable to climate change, but so are surrounding communities, so are other people's infrastructure, and we could bring people together. And at the same time, these are the kinds of projects that local communities would both be interested in engaging on. They affect, them in their daily life. It would be a tangible project, but also they're the kinds of projects that we really should engage in communities on. They'll bring great opportunities and ideas to the table to make these projects even better. Next slide, please. All right, the next question we looked at was tribal consultation. So PG&E worked really closely with our tribal liaison when figuring out how we should do tribal engagement during the CAVA, and we found a couple things. First, that tribal engagement really needs to be separate than other engagement and fit the government structures and needs of each tribe. Tribes are sovereign governments, as we said before, and we have to treat them as such. So that engagement should really be on parity local governments and not CBOs. So the way forward here is that we really hope to engage tribes in the same way that we hope to engage local governments going forward on these shared mutually beneficial resilience projects. It really seems like the right way to go and the best fit. Next slide, please. All right, the next question we looked at was the methods and scopes for determining community adaptive capacity. So we looked at adaptive capacity of our various communities in the CAVA, and we found that yes, it was very interesting to look at adaptive capacity, but what might be more actionable going forward would be to look at readiness. Readiness will allow us to figure out where communities are at in the process of sort of on climate resilience and target our engagement to what level these communities are at. Next slide, please. So what this actually means would be, we had an EDF fellow who was in our office this summer, and she developed a quantitative adaptive readiness assessment. Essentially, she looked at the readiness of various communities across our service area, and by readiness, she meant the capacity a society has to mobilize adaptation investments from private sectors to target investments more effectively. Essentially, how ready is a community to work on a project like our Ravenswood substation project? She had a variety of economic, social, and governance metrics, as well as PG&E-specific metrics, such as did they apply for our Resilience Hub grant program? Are they interested in working with PG&E? And then she gave a score to communities across our service territory in terms of their readiness to work on projects. Next slide, please. She then put these scores into 3 buckets: low, medium, and high readiness. The high readiness communities would be communities that are ready today to work on these partnered resilience projects. And that would allow us to essentially target these locations, these local governments, to reach out and do projects with. The low readiness and medium readiness communities are communities that are not quite there yet in terms of capacity, but they're still really interested in working on shared resilience projects. So we could target those communities with capacity building projects. That could be something like a grant program that increases capacity on climate resilience to move towards that high readiness community. So what this allows us to do is really target our engagement and meet communities where they are and really sort of ultimately lead to the goal of enhancing climate resilience across our service area. Next slide, please. All right, I will hand it back to Nathan.
Great, thank you, Megan. So the final question asks about the impacts on ESJ communities of actions taken in this proceeding relating to the CPUC's Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan. And first, I just want to say that our report, Appendix C of our CAVA, explicitly addresses this question, the ways that the activities we did and the way we structured the RTAG process sort of support those norms. And like we said, there was real value in the relationships we've built. You know, we were thrilled to reach out to our RTAG friends and have them be willing to show up here today. I think that speaks to the work we did together. But again, I do think that sort of all things being equal, a focus on project-based resilience building in communities where folks are talking about real projects and work getting done is going to benefit everyone in the process. Next slide, please. And finally, there was a question about funding. So, you know, many of you are likely aware that right now rate concerns are very serious, you know, and we recognize that at PG&E. There are a lot of things that are driving costs, and that means that we have to do a better job internally of making sure that we're being very disciplined about what we're spending on. In that vein, explicit expectations within CAVA about how to do the local government outreach that will really make these linkages possible and get down to project level resilience discussions, that's welcome. And it would also be, you know, in the same vein, it would be very welcome to explicitly state that the CAVA account, which is how much of this work is funded, that would be a viable method for funding that local outreach. I know that would help us in making more progress on that internally. So I think that's the end of our prepared remarks, and I think we're going to now have a discussion. We'll leave the summary of lessons learned up here, but hopefully these are the things that came out of the discussion.
Awesome. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Megan. That was a great presentation. Yeah, so for this next segment, we'll be going into more of a conversation, some Q&A with PG&E folks, as well as some others, local government and some advisory group members. So I'm going to go ahead and invite, as everyone speaks, when you speak for the first time, just go ahead and introduce yourself then. That'll just kind of give us some more time to converse. And so to kick things off, the first question I'd like to ask is, are there any burning responses to what was in PG&E's presentation that you just have to get out immediately? I welcome that from our folks on the panel. Yeah. You have a question? Yeah. Oh, sorry. This is, I should have clarified. So we're specifically doing the panel folks for this segment, and then we'll open it up to the wider group for questions. I'm sorry. I should have clarified that.
Great. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Michael McCormick. I'm the president of Farallon Strategies, and we were one of the engagement partners for the CEP work in partnership with Interethnica. My project team isn't able to be here, so I'm representing a broader set of perspectives, including Carolyn Aveas, who was the project manager, Annie Howley, and Pratima Rosen. And we were really pleased by the project, and particularly the creativity that PG&E brought to the table and to support a very creative process to really empower CBOs to be the primary point of contact with their communities. And I think we do, found a couple of things that were maybe a little different than PG&E's presentation, although the vast majority of it we could agree with. There's a few items, such as on slide 6, Nathan talked a little bit about that there weren't any direct positive impacts to the community. And we talked about this with our team, and we really do feel like there were some direct short and long-term benefits of this work, including building knowledge and connections and capacity to access resources that communities may not have otherwise known about in advance of this process. And then also thinking about funding and how to apply for and get grant dollars from grant programs. And those specifically benefited many of the communities. As Nathan said, there were 52 community-based organizations in this work, and many of them benefited directly, including one of the more creative aspects of this process was CBOs were not funded through stipends. They were funded as a part of the project team. And this is a very unique situation that we think really helped empower communities to step forward and bring trust immediately to the process. A second piece is on the quantitative method. Megan outlined a little bit about the approach that they have around adaptive capacity that's moving forward. For the CEP process itself, we built a custom adaptive capacity analysis for PG&E and specifically for the CEP process leading into the CAVA. And I think one of the things we found was that this is something that could be deployed universally across California, something that is needed specifically for energy infrastructure and how local governments see energy infrastructure in context of their own adaptation, resiliency planning, and equity planning. And I think the last piece I would say is it's a bit different from the PG&E work was there is a need for a sustained discussion. As Nathan mentioned, 7 years is a long time, or 4 years is a long time. It's not 7. That would be a little bit too long. 4 years is still a very long time to go from engaging communities around their needs and around their adaptive capacity to actually seeing the work done. And we can talk a little bit more about what has some of the early responses to how we were communicating the project and the responses from our community partners in how we're committing to actually create change through this work. But that one thing that we could see come out of this is a sustained engagement with communities, community-based organizations, to have interim checks in that 4-year period, and also providing technical assistance to support capacity building and readiness directly. I'm happy to talk a little bit more about that too.
Thank you. Any comments from other folks on the panel? Looks like not yet.
I have some comments.
Okay.
So my name is Michael Girace. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development for the Yurok Tribe. Our department is actively working to design, fund, and build power infrastructure across Yurok territory, in addition to water and fiber. I'm also working as the staff lead negotiator for offshore wind, where Yurok waters have been investigated and targeted for potential offshore wind infrastructure development. I just want to make a couple opening comments. One, I appreciate the acknowledgement that dealing with tribal governments is different. However, I would say that if they are currently being defined and treated as local governments, that should see some more refinement. We are not local governments. In fact, you would be looking to establish rules for working with federal sovereigns, and that implies a whole different set of, I think, engagement methods and also land ownership issues, regulatory authorities, et cetera. In addition to the potential opening for infrastructure ownership by tribes and what provisions may be included in these documents, if at all, for solutions along those lines, which would require, obviously, intensive conversation between not only the IOU and the tribe, but also the CPUC, so that these issues can be sorted out, given the scenario that tribes would own and operate their own infrastructures. The other issue I wanted to raise was the readiness metrics. I don't, all I know of it is what you've just presented, which is, it's very cursory, but I think, we should be very wary of these classifications and make sure that they're fully vetted and that there's an open process for defining what readiness would mean with the inclusion of community input, but also what other metrics are we introducing when looking at readiness if they're being used, if this metric is being used to determine where potential resources might go. And I think those should include, I don't know what else I think should include, but some early ideas would be, say, the lack of or the history of investment into the infrastructure, and then vulnerability and potentially other things that we could look at so that we're sure we're incorporating more than PG&E's independent assessment of readiness. Thanks.
Thank you. This next question is directed at the RTAG members who participated. We'd like to get your perspective on, we know that PG&E has their outline of what barriers exist that they're working on to engagement, but we'd like to know what your perspective is on what the biggest barriers to engagement are right now and what you would like to see happen on that front. Yeah, go ahead. You press the button. Yep. If it's green, you're good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is George Chan from Chinese Newcomer Service Center. We are located in San Francisco, Chinatown. The major clients that we interviewed or reached is the Chinatown residents, Chinese-speaking new immigrants, all those folks. The major barrier we have is the language. Okay, so when we do the research, we expect people maybe feeling shy or not sharing their opinions at the beginning. But once we start the project, it looks like because most of our staff team speak Chinese and other Chinese dialects, like Fuzhou, Taiwanese, other things. And then when we start talking, we like a family, and then they give a lot of comment, feedbacks, and then they're willing to share. And then language will be the major barrier we have.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mania Her. I'm the Executive Director of Stone Soup Fresno in Fresno, California. I want to thank PG&E for the opportunity for us to be a part of the RTAG group. One of the barriers that us nonprofits always see is always the funding issue. In all of our projects and all of the events that we do and everything else that we collaborate with, there's always this notion of stop and go, go and stop. And this information stream of information released, data collected, information released, data collected, it's really difficult for us to have these ongoing conversations when we get our communities and our families into a sitting room, and then a couple months later, a year later, we cold turkey stop. So it's always the funding. But on the positive, I just wanted to share this with all of you. As our partnership in the collaboration, earlier, our partners with PG&E had mentioned about the collaboration aspect of PG&E into the community. And I think that when we are referring to our DVC communities, we have always been in collaboration with them, decades and decades and decades, because this community have already established that without collaboration, survival is very difficult. So for us to go in and establish these ongoing relationships, even if it's information share, knowledge share, and then collect information back, whether regardless of the partnership, it's really important to identify that collaboration is almost a norm for our DVC communities. And then I also just wanted to share a positive on this. In 22-23, through the partnership with PG&E and through RTAG, we were able to teach and spread knowledge share to a lot of our families enrolled in our early education programs. And these are families with the average age of about 37, with 2 or more children under 10. And in 22-23, not because we have forgotten about these programs, but because we were so wrapped up in other work, we had about a total of 47 families in 22-23 that enrolled in care. So to us, that was a success through this project as well. And then in 24, just through knowledge share, so far we've tracked only about 13 families, but we feel that there is more because of the information share. So the positivity is great, but in terms of the biggest barriers of engagement, I would just say it's funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so this next question is, I'm going to first pose this to PG&E, and then we can kind of broaden responses. But this next question is, you talked a little bit about how large your territory is and how you have to break things into regions in order to get things done. So can you speak a little bit more about how engagement might vary regionally, how you're tailoring engagement to different regions, what that might look like, and also what tends to be universal across regions?
Yeah, I will kick this to Michael, I think, very quickly. But so I think that what is consistent is the need to be respectful, compensate people for their time, which is a form of respect, and to take it slow and to acknowledge past relationships, whether they're positive or negative. And so across all of our regions, Michael's project team and my project team together made sure to go slow and talk about it and just sort of get the issues out on the table so that we had the space to then build trust and talk about things for real. In terms of what's different, I think a few things. One, obviously, the demographics are going to be different in every region, and I think that's really the strength of the approach we took, which is we did not try to guess at who and how to contact people in each region. That's why we vetted, Michael's team vetted CBO leaders to really understand if they knew the community or not, and then if they did, we said, all right, you design what's going to work, because you know far better than we do. And so I think that was, that was a way that we were able to meet people where they were for each region, even though, really different demographics. Also different, different climate hazards of interest, right? Like not every region is coastal. So sea level rise, not a huge concern in some places, right? And that's just very practical. Michael, do you have anything to add?
I do. Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, I think PG&E's service territory was certainly a challenge to navigate between the different regional dynamics. I think one of the things that really helped with the project team was we did the first region, which was the Bay Area. We really drilled down into how to use that as a learning opportunity to improve the methods and means for the other 4 regions. And we did have some specific lessons learned out of that first region that really positively benefited the other 4 regional engagements. But everybody must acknowledge that the Bay Area is also a very unique dynamic that is very different from the other 4 regions for PG&E. So a lot of what we learned and deployed in the other regions was process-oriented. So making sure that we were developing a consistent onboarding process for community-based organizations, designing questions to inform consistent data collection that could be shared and uniform across the regions, but also regionally applicable, developing meeting concepts and sharing agendas in advance that met the need of that specific region, so we had to do specific content development, co-creating those outreach materials with RTAG community partners. I think this is one thing we learned quite a bit from the first time. It was actually a lot more work to develop those materials, distribute them, and then edit them in a final form than it was to just co-create them, because the CBOs we were working with knew their communities, they knew what they needed, and they had the specific dialect and understanding of language access and context that we were able to put into those materials. I do think one of the unique characteristics of each of the regions is some are more rural, some are more urban, and in particular, some of our regions had a much greater capacity through a larger number of community-based organizations that had more specific climate knowledge. So some of the regions we worked with, and particularly some of the CBOs, we actually had to do some capacity building about how to engage their communities in climate, whereas others, we could rely upon some of their existing knowledge to do that. So it really was customized based on the CBO dynamics, their capacity and knowledge, their funding, staffing abilities, and also just the sheer number of CBOs available in a region to help support the engagement and make sure we were being equitable in how we were accessing the DVCs. My last point on this is we found that CBOs in one region wanted to meet the CBOs in the other regions. So we also developed a network, almost a community of practice that allowed for that cross-regional engagement from CBOs, which hopefully continues to help support capacity within each region through that broader engagement. So it was certainly some lessons learned early on, and it wasn't perfect at the end of the day, but I think deploying resources and engaging the process through the first region, then the next two, and then the next two allowed us to build on the progress of each prior one.
Thank you. Anything from our RTAG members on that front? No, doesn't look like it. Okay. Any other comments on regionality? Yeah, Michael?
Well, I appreciate that what we're doing here is looking at improving methods for moving forward. But with that being said, I have to, in regard to this question, sort of look back a bit. And when you first showed the North Coast region, the first thought I had was maybe that should be called the Redwood region. And I've just been finishing this book called The Ghost Forest, Greg King, and it's the history of how, in this state, we cut down 97% of the redwood trees. And what was especially interesting to me was that, it identified this redwood region as being essentially the same as the North Coast region you've shown here. And, essentially, in the end, all of those trees were cut down. And what I also learned was that PG&E was the biggest consumer and manufacturer of redwood products by the 1920s. And also I've learned from the Schatz Energy Research Center director, Arnie Jacobson, who's doing an ethnography on the history of the grid in the Humboldt region, that, primarily it was built in service of the timber industry. So that made it a lot more clear to me exactly what those relationships were all about. And, I've been working with PG&E since coming into this role about 5 years now. I didn't know these things. One of the things that was fascinating was that much of the redwood that was taken, the land was first taken illegally, and then the redwood was taken from those lands. So it's a complex history. And there was a lot more involvement by other actors who I haven't mentioned, including the state. But learning that that PG&E sort of built its early revenue-generating infrastructure out of redwood. Redwood water pipes, for instance, to deliver water to hydroelectric dams all over the state. And redwood for power poles, redwood for tanks. So it was this substantial amount of profiting that occurred, and I know that PG&E has, being the company that it is, the growth that it's seen, similar histories within all of its regions. I don't know what those histories are, but let's acknowledge potentially as part of our engagement processes exactly what has occurred. It's helpful for someone like me who's participating in planning to understand how the infrastructure came to be, and also what other impacts communities may have faced directly as a result of PG&E's prior activity in the area. So I think that, you know, when we look at regionality, let's look at histories a little bit.
Thank you. Any other final comments before we move on to the next question? Okay. So I'm going to shift over to a more general question on the role of the state in engagement when it comes to climate adaptation. So I think I will start by asking PG&E and then open it up to the RTAG members and then everyone else. So what role can or should the CPUC be playing in engagement in the context of climate adaptation planning versus the utilities? How do you see that dynamic?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. This is Nathan Bengtson from PG&E. I think that where my head goes when you ask that question is who is doing what for what purpose and where in the process. So when I think about issues of equity and investing in climate resilient infrastructure, you know, the place where I see that happening that's relevant to the CPUC is in the general rate case or other project funding process, right? Like that's where we make a statement as a company about what our priorities are, where we need to invest, you know, on behalf of our customers with their dollars. You know, the GRC process is really complicated. So it's not the friendliest process for community engagement, but it is where the rubber meets the road in terms of where dollars are being spent and what's actually happening on the grid. You know, I think otherwise, we've been talking about various jurisdictions, local governments, tribal governments being different from local governments, as Michael was, you know, wise to point out. You know, the people who really drive local climate resilience are the local governments that represent those communities. And so they just have to be part of the conversation. And I think anything the CPUC can do to support that interaction between the utilities and local governments for planning is really helpful.
Awesome, thank you. And I will open that up to Michael, May, and George. Any other comments on that topic?
This is Mania Her with Stone Soup Fresno. I think what I would like to add to that, and this thought is coming from a constituent, more a user end of the idea. I would like to see the CPUC in a role where you're keeping the utilities responsible, but shortening the timeline so that 5-7 years from now, we're not starting this process over. Because we all know that climate adaptation is changing at the speed of light sometimes. And staying on top of it, and then also making sure that when adaptation is adapted, that information comes to the CBO level, and then we can also put in our feedback as well.
Thank you. Any other comments on the CPUC's role? Michael?
Specifically its role in the development of CAVA, or?
Yeah, in the development of CAVA or climate adaptation planning versus the role of a utility. Just kind of where's that division? What's that dynamic? What do you see as the dynamic there? And it's fine if you don't have a comment. I was You're both Michael.
The Michaels, we're sitting next to each other over here, so it's hard. Michael McCormick with Fairlawn Strategies. I do think there are a couple of specific roles the CPUC could take that could help with the IOUs serving as a catalyst for real projects on the ground as an end result of this process, while also reducing the amount of capacity required to go through both the CEP and the CAVA process for local governments and CBOs. And so we're going to talk probably a little bit more about engagement fatigue, which has been a critical issue, and there's folks in the room that can speak more specifically to some of the activities taking place right now. But aligning engagement is really important for this work to be meaningful, because with so many concurrent and oftentimes overlapping engagement activities, CBOs are oftentimes don't have the capacity to come to the table unless they are a critical core part of the team, which is part of why we found that funding CBOs directly as a part of the team was valuable here. And local governments are busy with their own engagement processes, like SB 1000, environmental justice requirements, SB 379, climate adaptation requirements, general plan updates, housing elements, all of which have mandated engagement components to them. Regional agencies are likewise also very much deep in engagement around their own plans and programs and processes. And as the CPUC looks at how to guide engagement by the IOUs, there should definitely be some consideration for these other mandates and other processes so that we're not exhausting our communities. Another piece is the adaptation capacity and readiness criteria talked a little bit about earlier. The CPUC, if they could help provide some more specific guidance on what they would like as a part of that readiness criteria. Although each of the IOUs have developed their own methodology at this point to accommodate this first round, that would be helpful to align that readiness criteria across the state, which could then also feed into statewide goals. And also create some level of expectation on the IOUs and the organizations that are supporting the IOUs through the CEP and CAVA process. And then local mandates alignment. Well, let's recognize that local governments are stuck in a little bit of a policy paralysis process where everybody goes back and they complete their policy documents, and by the time they're done with their policy documents, it's time to start reassessing it. And PG&E has already shown through one of the examples, the BRIC grant was a great example of this, that they can serve as a catalyst for real projects on the ground. So how might the CPUC or the state allow for that or make that easier as an outcome of the CAVA process on the other side of this? So those are a few thoughts from my side.
Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize. I'm going to come across as, I think, negative again here, but the reality in the UROC territory is that its upper reservation is serviced by the 1101 PG&E distribution line. Two other tribes, Hupa and Karuk, are serviced by the same line, which we know, according to recent data, is in the top 1% of worst performing lines in the state. Sixth worst, I believe, was the ranking. And, you know, that really means disproportionate number of and length of outages, lack of historic investment, and the tribes I've mentioned have come together recently to win $88 million to build new infrastructure on its lands to address those issues. Given that, and given some of the history that I alluded to about how the grid in the region came about, I would say that, you know, it's worth a try at least if CPUC had much more authority over determining where investments went, and you know, as a means of addressing the that historic lack of investment and the underperformance of the grid. You know, improved correspondence and interactions with PG&E is essential, but to date, the grid that's been constructed has not been sufficient, and so, you know, for there potentially to be more regulatory authority about where those investments go, if that's what we're discussing here, I think we can advocate for, you know, working with a democratic institution at the state level. I also understand, I think recent investments, PG&E has, what, over $6 billion for new grid improvements, as I understand it, and none of those dollars are planned to go toward infrastructure improvements on tribal lands, which is a big number. So again, maybe that's more incentive for CPUC to be more involved.
Thank you. I do want to roll into my next question, which did kind of come up in these comments, which is around consultation fatigue and lack of capacity. And these are, as we've discussed, often brought up as issues. And so my question around that is, are there examples of how we could be streamlining engagement? I know you talked a little bit about using, you know, existing engagement that local governments are doing, but are there other things perhaps at the CPUC level that, you know, for those who are familiar with multiple proceedings at the CPUC, are there multiple engagements that could be, you know, we could be creating efficiencies? Are there other examples outside of the CPUC that we should be looking to create efficiencies in engagement? I really want to open up the floor to talk about some examples of efficiencies that either could be created or are already existing. Michael McCormick.
Happy to jump in. Michael McCormick, Fairlawn Strategies. So we do have, there is a recognition across our community of practice in the adaptation and resiliency space that there is a lot happening. It's all happening concurrently. We're recognizing that disasters are driving some conversations, mandates are driving some conversations, proactive actions are driving some conversations. We have some organizations and communities that are really well funded to do this work through either general fund revenue or grants or partnerships. And there's others that aren't, that are responding to mandates and doing kind of base level work. And, you know, one, I just want to recognize that there's different dynamics within different communities because of that context. And the state as a whole has a number of concurrent initiatives focused on climate, energy, land use that are deploying resources that are requesting communities to engage in ongoing conversations around each of those topic areas. So there isn't a process right now, and my colleague Ina from SGC is here to help to try to align some of those larger events that are taking place. The CPUC is not currently involved in that process, but Strategic Growth Council and Office of Planning and Research, or now known as Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, are working closely together to try to align some of those activities. When we think about local government engagements that are more regionally focused through the IOUs, there are regional climate collaboratives that exist across the state through the Alliance of Regional Collaboratives for Climate Adaptation that could help hold some of that aligning conversation. Many of the utilities are partnered with those regional collaboratives already. And just for full transparency, I'm on the executive board for ARCA. So part of my perspective is that there's these containers of collective action and alignment that we have available to us, and not necessarily everything has to happen through the state when we can partner with regional and local folks that are doing this work on the ground. And there's also an intention by a number of different statewide groups right now to do regional engagements. So as we head into this next CEP process, we should certainly be looking at that, how the CPUC might view those in context to this work, because many of the conversations are either going to be overlapping or duplicative or requiring the same time of the same people. in the same place. So let's make sure we're being intentional about how we're connecting those dots.
Thank you. Any other comments on efficiency, examples of efficiencies that you've seen? Yeah, go ahead, Ina.
Hi, everyone. Ina Lupin. I'm the program manager for the Community Assistance for Climate Equity Program, or CASE, at the Strategic Growth Council. Really happy to be a part of this conversation, and I'm really glad to hear that we're having a conversation about capacity and alignment. I think that's really critical here, and it's definitely been something that I've been asking myself quite a bit through the conversation is, you know, all of the local governments and regional governments that are already doing this work, all of the state government work where we're engaging communities, how can we find ways to better align that work, make sure that the conversations that we're having are sort of getting to all of our larger goals without sort of separating them out into, let's engage CBOs in this conversation and in this conversation and in this conversation. And we hear all the time from CBOs and tribes that we engage with that they are completely overwhelmed with all of the requests that they receive, that it's a full-time job to respond to consultation requests for many tribes, and that while folks want to be really engaged in the process and appreciate an opportunity to be able to provide feedback, folks don't necessarily have time to answer the same questions over and over again. And so I don't necessarily have like a specific solution to this problem, but I think it's something that we need to continue to work on and make sure that, like, as state agencies, we're talking to each other about the community engagement processes that we're engaging in, specifically related to climate and adaptation, because there's a lot already happening. But then also thinking about some of these local, regional efforts, and how can we find ways to also look at all of the engagement and work that's been done already. You know, we've been doing over the past, 10, 15, 20 years, there's been a ton of engagement. Obviously, we don't want to be looking at old data, but we should certainly be looking at, what do we know already? What have we already engaged folks in? Because I think we also end up very frequently talking to the same folks over and over again. We're often engaging the same community-based organizations who have been involved in this space for a really long time. And so I think another critical piece as well is to be thinking about not just engaging, the community-based organizations who are really identify themselves as climate organizations, and thinking more broadly about how we can engage organizations that are faith-based organizations, that are doing work, tribal serving organizations, folks who are working in the public health space, folks who are working just on a much broader range of issues, because of course, as we know, climate adaptation touches all of these issues. Housing and homelessness, just, you name it, it relates. Yeah, I think I'm not sure that helps in terms of a specific solution to the problem, but I think I really want to just emphasize that I think this is a really critical conversation to be having, and to be thinking more about who needs to be at the table for this conversation, to make sure that we're aware of all of the different efforts that are happening and where there are opportunities to be able to avoid overlapping conversations and kind of continuing to come to the same communities with the same questions over and over again, because we hear all the time that it's very frustrating, and I think can definitely understand how that must feel.
Yeah, if I can just add that, this is Nathan from PG&E. Just really appreciate his comments there. I'm going to bring up one very specific problem that might sort of hint at a solution in the CPUC context. So we worked really hard internally before we started our CEP to see if there was other engagement going on with community that was required by the company that we could sort of slip into. And what we found was the specific requirements around community engagement were so specific and different for each of those processes that there wasn't really an ability to meet our needs and the needs of the other folks at the same time. So to the extent that there's a way to broaden, or at least sort of bring consistency to what the requirements are. I mean, obviously you still want to have rigor, you still want to get good outcomes, but if there's a way to sort of set up a container or framework so that you can combine these conversations, I think that there's some potential there for efficiency.
Thanks. Michael?
Michael Dracha, Yurok Tribe. This consultation fatigue, you know, is in my experience about more than regularity. The regularity of consultation requests, you know, the labor involved with that is significant. But I think it's more about the nature of consultation itself and what it leads to, and that PG&E has in their presentation shown an option that I agree with, which is that they want to shift toward specific project work. You know, the fatigue for us, I think a lot of times comes out of the fact that we're making contributions to a study that somebody else might do something with or not. And if there's truly a collaborative planning table over a project that will benefit a community, or in this case a tribe, you know, we're not going to be fatigued. We're going to be there working if everyone there is with, you know, coming in a good way and working toward you know, infrastructure improvements that will benefit that community. So it's not, at least on the UROC side, it's not that we don't have the capacity. It's that we want there to be, you know, a quality to the work together, which goes beyond consultation and into actual, you know, co-making and planning. Thanks.
Thank you. Other Michael McCormick.
You just call me Other Michael. That works great. You know, one of the things I do want to highlight that the engagement that our team supported for PG&E did not include tribal representation or the tribal consultation process. So that was a separate process. And we did have a few conversations at the beginning of this work about how we might bring tribal perspectives along with local government perspectives together to create a better story for the CAVA. And I think that's something we should continue to talk about because the broader context across the PG&E service territory is an important story to tell, and particularly how it affects communities that are newer or have been here for time immemorial. One other piece I'd like to mention is we had a few challenging conversations in the beginning with community-based organizations that really wanted to understand how this process was going to result in change, and that they only really wanted to engage in this process if there was real change that was committed. And as you mentioned in your opening comments, Commissioner, the CAVA is really not about, or the CEP process itself is not about change. It is about understanding the perspectives of communities so that can be fed into the next process. And we did need to engage with those CBOs around other co-benefits of the discussions and make sure that we were reinforcing the community cohesion aspects of the work because the commitment to change is not something that was immediately available. Right? It's something that would come as an outcome of the CEP, not as an input. And so that is one place where do you think, when we think about how we're engaging our communities and community-based organizations, the narrative about how the CEP and the CAVA process connects to their real daily needs is an important part about getting interest and engagement and meaningful outcomes of the CBO partners.
Thanks. Commissioner?
Yes, no, and I just want to follow up on both Michael's comments. I think that even though the CAVA, the community engagement process here is inputs to the CAVA, which then informs these other proceedings, it doesn't directly make the change, but the information there is going to be relied on for the PUC when we do get to our risk assessment proceeding and our general rate case. So I do think it is important that when you're engaging, that there isn't this silo between operations and outreach, which traveling throughout the state, I've heard from a lot of counties and tribes that PG&E in particular has great outreach with the communities, but the outreach folks don't have any insight into the operations. and the operations folks are not at the table for these discussions. And for the information that's going into the CAVA to lead to change through these other proceedings, we really need those operational folks at the table so that you can talk about what these impacts are to the infrastructure, why there's PSPS and fast trip, and how those changes, whether it's underground or other mitigation, are going to minimize those impacts, or why they're important to maintain safety, or how you're going to be able to scope projects like the Ravenswood substation or the project on the 1101 circuit that Michael mentioned that the tribes in the North Coast are looking at. So I do think coming to the table with all the tools to really look at how infrastructure, what we're seeing with these extreme weather effects, impacts, and how it's impacting communities directly on a day-to-day, all interrelate, so we have the information we need inputted into those CAVAs that can really help inform where these projects are that are needed, particularly for vulnerable communities, and where we need to be putting our resources to ensure that we are going to have services that meet the safe, reliable, and affordable standard, even in as we're seeing these impacts from climate change. And so I guess one question I have for PG&E is, are your operational folks at the table? Are you talking about things like the upgrades that are needed to distribution systems, how we're going to address, I know there's small unincorporated towns in the Central Valley that have extensive outages. We've talked about the 1101 circuit. That's one of the worst for reliability in the state. Are we talking about how we're going to be addressing some of those issues with communities as we're also trying to encourage electrification of buildings and decarbonization across the state to meet our SB 100 goals?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner. This is Nathan with PG&E. So I think I can start off by saying the CAVA doesn't exist without serious partnership and input from the people who own the assets and actually do the investment planning. So, you know, I facilitate the process. We bring climate data to the people who manage assets and plan, and then we ask them, okay, if it's going to be this hot in 2050, how does that change your plan? What does that result in? And really for the CAVA, it's not even how does that change your plan, it's making visible the issues that will compound on top of the other dynamics that you're talking about. And so I think it's really important to, and this wasn't in this presentation, we talk about this a lot, when we're talking about CAVA and its impact on planning, it is one of a number of really important inputs into the overall investment plan. So it's, you know, there's wildfire risk reduction, obviously. There's how do you account for all of this new capacity that's coming on the system. There's general asset health and general reliability considerations like you were talking about. And then how do the changing physical dynamics of our operating environment require us to either rebalance or add to those because of the higher heat or the more inundation and flooding that we're seeing. And so across both dynamics, both the acute dynamic of like we have a huge atmospheric river event and also the chronic dynamic of it's just going to be hotter, and so maybe your transformers won't last for as long as you want. That conversation about the CAVA, it both requires our planners to be part of the assessment, and it also is the tool that we want to use to push them to plan differently. I'll be very transparent and say that this was our first CAVA. We're about to file our first rate case after our first CAVA, and one of the reasons we pushed for CAVA to be filed a year ahead of RAMP in the future is that we're realizing it takes more, it's complicated to get that information into the system and into the big process that results in actual investment. And so we're pushing hard right now to make sure that CAVA is considered in those places, but there are challenges to that integration that we're going to continue to have to work through.
No, I appreciate that. And just when you're talking about the investment folks and the interchange between there, is that information also being brought down to the community engagement process as well when you're looking at what changes people are going to be able to see? Like, are they going to have more reliability, or are they going to be dealing with more PSPS, and just that engagement with the community?
Yeah, I would say we're not there yet as part of the CAVA process, right? I think one, our ability to assess on an asset and customer outcome level is something that we're pushing toward. So our CAVA, as of now, gives us a really good view of which asset families are most vulnerable to which hazards, and then some of the things we might do to address those. Where we want to go, and we're trying to go for this next CAVA, is which specific assets are highest risk, and how does that combine with other considerations like reliability and other just general risk to change how we would actually invest so that people have different reliability outcomes and safety outcomes and things like that. So it's complicated, and I would say we're not there yet, but that's where we're headed. I want to give a shout out to our colleagues at SDG&E who have spent a lot of time and effort trying to make that kind of information visible to not only their internal planners but also the public. And I forget the name of their tool, but if you're not aware of it, I'd be happy to sort of put you in touch with them because I think they're doing a really good job and they're inspiring our progress.
So, and maybe it's a question for the folks that sat on the RTAG. Are you feeling that you're getting enough information about how the planning process for addressing climate adaptation is going to directly impact the communities that you're working with or representing?
Mania Her with Stone Fresno. I think through this process and also just kind of reflecting back on everything that we've done and the amount of information that we received on a state level and then also on a local government level, I can definitely say that we are not receiving enough information that would allow for us to take that information back to the families that we serve and also back to hundreds of families that responded to the surveys that we collected. And those are the families that were the ones that were asking for actually tangible outcomes in the near future. So to that answer, to this question, I would say we are not.
Yes, I agree. It looks like after 2 years, we reconnected again, so it looks like a short gap. The information is not
If either Michael want to respond? And I think that's what we're here for, is to find out where these gaps are and how they need to be filled going forward.
I appreciate the perspectives of our RTAG members because this is what we heard, time and time again. I think in the first region we worked in the Bay Area, we really heard in the first couple of meetings that we really had to talk about what are the possible outcomes without being able to commit to those outcomes. And so one of the things we did build into the latter part of Region 1 and the other 4 regions was talking about the possible interventions based on the CEP process that we could provide that PG&E may be able to move forward with depending on the outcomes of CAVA. I will commend Nathan and the rest of the PG&E team that, including the regional leads for PG&E that came to many of the RTAG meetings, because they were honest about the fact that they couldn't commit to certain outcomes until after the CAVA was completed. But it didn't reduce necessarily the level of frustration that there couldn't be specific outcomes identified through that engagement process. So I don't know if there's a full fix to how to address that mismatch in timing between engagement and action, because it's a multi-year period. But I think to Nathan's point, a publicly accessible resource that talks about possible interventions as a result of the CEP process would certainly be a great tool to use in future discussions.
I'll just respond by saying that if PG&E is doing climate adaptation planning work in UROC territory, I didn't hear about that.
And then that was just one more question. I'll turn it back to Megan. I know you had the slide on the tribal engagement and recognize that it's different than the engagement with the CBOs, but could you describe a little bit more about how you did that engagement, whether it was regionally, tribe by tribe, or why tribes like UROC weren't aware of the engagement?
So I think first of all, I take Michael Geraci's comment like generally as like a, there's a general need for the PG&E to get more organized about how it's communicating about what a resilience investment is and where that's happening in the first place. So that's, you know, general point taken, absolutely. Not surprised that that's your answer also. For the RTAG process, I want to be really clear, and we've been, you know, clear with staff, that while we had some non-federally recognized tribal representation on our RTAGs themselves, we moved tribal, actual federally recognized tribal engagement to the we have completed the vulnerability assessment and now we want to come to you to talk about partnering stage. So when I said earlier that we want to treat them like local governments, what I meant is not that they're local governments and we should treat them that way, but that we needed to kind of have our analysis done to be able to come to talk about where there's overlap and vulnerability, to talk about, you know, real partnership on potential projects and grants and that sort of thing. And again, to be very clear, that has not happened yet. And that's where we want to go from here.
But it's going to happen.
That actually gets back to my point about funding and CAVMA eligibility, which is that yeah, we feel it needs to happen, and also we're not quite sure how to make it happen from a funding perspective yet. We're working on that.
Along those lines also, I know in the UROC case, we're creating our own vulnerability assessments, including an extensive sea level rise study, and there is possibility for, if there are funds and efforts on your part to investigate those issues in UROC territory to support the work that we're doing already.
Noted, we will talk.
All right, thank you. That was some great conversation. I'm, in the interest of time, because I know we will all want to get to lunch soon, I'm going to open up the conversation to everyone in the room. If you had any burning questions, go ahead and raise your hand, or if you are online, feel free to raise your hand or put it in the chat. And we're just going to take a couple questions before we break for lunch.
Hi, everybody. Angie Hacker with Prosper Sustainably, also representing a variety of things today, including the California Climate and Energy Collaborative. I play the role of statewide best practices coordinator, and I play a lot of roles with various tribal initiatives as well. This is such an important conversation, resonates so much with me. One of the big questions I've been sitting here with has been, how do we make this stuff as compelling as possible for the communities we're intending to engage in? And what's really at the core of this particular engagement process? What will come of it? Is it that PG&E learns how to spend its own money on its own investments and assets, which is a really important topic in communities. Some community folks will be interested in that. Or is it broader? Because communities will come to these conversations wanting to tell you about how when the energy infrastructure is disrupted, it affects their well-being. And the solution to that is not always infrastructure. It's the other 360 degrees of strategies that there are to help. So how do I get my kids to school when the street lights are down? How do I do, how do I do my dialysis when the energy infrastructure is down? What do we do about heat? And is there an opportunity to do anything about all of that? Or is it really just we're talking about hardening infrastructure? So I feel like being clear about that so people walk in knowing what the capacity to make change is through this process is really important. If there's a reasonable ability to tackle some of those broader issues, I think you'll get a lot more engagement. So that's sort of a question is like, what is that core outcome? And then I would be very happy to talk more through my role as statewide best practices coordinator. We've really tried to dive into developing a practice around streamlining engagement. There are 5,000 units of local and tribal governments in California. And what it feels like to them is there are hundreds of you at the state, because maybe there's like 15 agencies that do energy, land use, and climate. But each of you come at communities from a unit within your agency or a project or a program, and then it's everybody's saying it's overwhelming. So we saw that, so we built a few things. One thing is called Learn Local Energy Resources Network, which is a monthly call. We're saying, okay, communities want to hear your opportunities for input and for funding. You can bring it to this one home for this conversation where we regularly show up, and it's local governments, CBOs, and all their partners around the state that can come to this and sometimes provide direct feedback quick, right? It's an efficient process. We also created the similar kind of thing when we did the California Tribal Gap Analysis, and we talked to 77 of the 170 tribes in the state. Deep engagement, but also created TechX, which was a conversation, a standard sort of regular conversation with tribes, bringing them to the table to bring the information to them and make it easier for them to consume and engage on and ideally influence. Beyond that became the need for regular state and local coordination. Just program by program is not enough. Coordinating across agencies is what's really necessary, which is like what Ina was saying and others. And so we created SLEEK, so State and Local Energy and Climate Coordination. That has been statewide quarterly meetings that we're having with a network of 250 local government and state government representatives across like 9 agencies. And we get to do systems level engagement there, and it's regular, and it's responsive, and we come back. It's not extractive, which is what we hear. We have 4 prescribed questions. We're gonna come in your community, then we're gonna take off, and then the next person's gonna come in, and we never accumulate the understanding of the communities that we're talking about and share it across agencies, which is now leading us to go into regions, which is what Michael is starting to talk about too. We're working with Michael, Strategic Growth Council. How do we bring this information even more localized so that we bring it to people's door and it's easier to engage, but we do it in a way that optimizes their time, not single issue engagement, not one time come and go. And tribes for sure are trickier on this way. Tribal consultation is key, but there is still a way, I think, to make it more efficient for the tribes to come and listen, hear, and respond and shape as well. So there's so much to talk about, but that a couple of things I wanted to mention.
Thank you. Anyone else who had a question that they'd like to ask? All right, we've got a couple. I'm going to go to Allison only because she's close to me.
Yeah, Allison Labonte Advisors. I wanted to ask a quick question and also raise a flag potentially for CPUC. So with the funding, and it was great to hear that it's the CBOs are funded as a project team member, are you requiring, or does PG&E require they sign the supplier code of conduct in order to receive funding that way? And I ask because for care and fair capitation programs, CBOs are required to sign this supplier code of conduct or agree to it. In it, there's statements that basically read as that they are not allowed to say anything that might damage PG&E's reputation, and they have to, in any public social media, get any language cleared by the PG&E communications team. And this can be a barrier for CBOs because, CBOs are there advocating for their community members. They may, of course, be pushing back against PG&E policies. So I've worked with communities that now are stuck and able in that process of actually not receiving compensation, but still wanting to get information and benefits to their community or advocate to PG&E on their behalf.
I will just say that, well, first of all, thank you for making me aware of that problem. Second, we really tried to keep our RTAG process as lean as possible in terms of like the administrative requirements we had, even down to issuing non-PO payments so that we didn't have to like get into the invoicing process. We just wanted to make it as easy as possible for people to participate. We were able to do it in this process. I'm sure there are thresholds of funding or other requirements that, wouldn't allow us to have been as lean as we were if we were another project. But, I'm happy to take that feedback and sort of take it back where I can. I'm sorry to hear that.
Hi, Fernanda Craig with Los Angeles County, but also representing SoCal as Regulatory Policy and Reporting Lead for PG&E. So I led a study recently that was implemented actually by grounded research on tribal engagement. It's a short study. It's just like a first step that I want to, dive into and understand how to better engage with them. And the findings were not exactly what I've heard today. Some of it, it aligns, and some of it doesn't. So I was just curious to get a perspective of your experience. A couple of those that I want to bring it up is one was the feedback that we got is that they would prefer direct engagement with whoever is leading the project or program and not through CBOs. Another serious concern, which is completely understandable given that they're sovereign nations, is privacy. And I was wondering if you experienced either one of those, how did you deal with it? Like, what was the strategy to take into account those concerns and, respect their right of privacy, and also, still engage with them? And also, did you get any feedback on this interest in have a direct relationship and direct with PG&E and not through CBOs?
Yeah, this is Nathan. So first of all, I want, if the information you have is available, we'd love to review it. And actually, I think the two things you brought up, sort of privacy and the need for direct engagement, was partially why our internal tribal liaison expert sort of was like, you need to do this separately. Because we originally went to him and said, okay, how can we wrap tribes into this RTAG experience? And he said, no, they're different. You need to do this differently. You need to engage with them directly. You need to make sure they're ready. You need to talk to the right people within, whether it's tribal leadership or people in their environmental department, and it depends on tribe to tribe. So all that's to say that I think the specific things you're talking about are partly why we are treating tribes differently than the rest of our RTAG folks, but also we haven't done it yet. And so we don't know yet, if our experience will align with the feedback you got or not. But we certainly want to take it into account, and we'll read it if we can. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Any final questions before we break for lunch? Yeah, Josh.
Hi, I'm Josh Schellenberg, representing Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. I'm actually going to be presenting in the next workshop in San Francisco as part of this small assignment to support the CPUC on adaptive capacity in particular. So when you were talking about adaptive capacity, my ears perked up even more. And I was a little bit confused because it seems like, going back to the original establishment of the CAVA requirements, that adaptive capacity was basically built off of the IPCC definition of adaptive capacity, or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is really about how communities adapt to the impacts of climate or, a major storm or other types of hazards. But it seems like PG&E's approach is to kind of position this readiness of communities to work with PG&E as an alternative to adaptive capacity. I was just curious, because when I present in the next workshop, I want to just clarify that and just understand, are those necessarily alternatives to each other, or are you saying in addition to adaptive capacity, in terms of incorporating that into vulnerability, we want to measure readiness of communities as well?
That is a great question. This is Nathan from PG&E. And I actually think it gets back to Angie's point about what we're doing here. Are we talking about building the resilience of the electric grid in service of customers, or are we talking about building community resilience to whatever hazard, including energy? So I think the reason that we've started to focus on local government as a bridge is there are a few reasons. One is, as an energy utility, not super skilled at assessing adaptive capacity. And also we want the folks who are living in the community to do that, right? So one question is, who assesses adaptive capacity and how? There's also just the question of what constitutes a community, right? Like, are we talking about zip codes? Are we talking about census tract designations? Community defines itself differently. So I think our point is that while it's interesting and important to have a sense of what the local adaptive capacity is relative to climate hazards, in order for us to partner, what we really need to know is the community organized around this already or not? And so our point about that sort of scaffolded level of local government readiness is our proxy for, has this community already started to get organized about this? Are they ready to have a conversation? Because at the end of the day, a lot of what we are doing is providing the basis for their resilience plan, right? They need to know that they have reliable and affordable energy as they make their plan to, respond to whatever the hazard is. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I can see the point there. I guess I would just emphasize, and I will in the presentation in a few weeks, is that issue of community readiness just isn't like an alternative to adaptive capacity. Like adaptive capacity is a fundamental component of vulnerability, going back to like IPCC studies from 20 years ago.
Yes.
And you know, this process was also, from my understanding, doing research with Lisa Schwartz at Berkeley Lab. We just released a report on resilience planning requirements all around the country and utility plans. Like adaptive capacity is a fundamental component of vulnerability. How you measure it, that's an issue, and I agree with you. Measuring at the county level, particularly in California where we have counties that are bigger than a lot of states, maybe doesn't make sense, but I'll touch on some of those issues in the workshop, but thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. You're absolutely right. And also, this is sort of our workaround to get to something actionable. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great preview to some of the future discussions we'll be having on in upcoming workshops, which we'll talk about later. But I wanted to ask before we wrap up if there were any questions online. Anyone who would like to ask a question can go ahead and raise their hand or put it in the chat.
Can I just ask you, you've referenced the climate adaptation workshop in San Francisco. Are we having another workshop in San Francisco?
That would be the technical workshop that we've been talking about.
Okay, that's the technical one, and we've got the date for that?
Yes, we do. Okay. Yeah, November 20th.
In Los Angeles?
No. For everyone, I will talk about this at the end of the workshop, but we'll be having a second round of this exact workshop in Los Angeles, in Irvine specifically, on October 25th. And then we are going to have a technical workshop, which will be much more about the metrics that Nathan and Josh were just talking about. That will be in San Francisco on November 20th. So that one will be more of a deep dive on the technical side. For this workshop and the one on October 25th, it's much more on the qualitative engagement side of things. So I hope that clears things up a little bit. Good. Yeah, no problem. Anyway, I wanted to just check if there was anyone online. Zara? Rona? No? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, with that, great news, everyone. It is time for lunch. I want to thank you all for this great conversation, and I look forward to other conversations this afternoon. So we have a couple suggestions for folks who are in person who might want to get something to eat. There's a Labu nearby. There is Rock and Soul Diner, which is a couple blocks away. There's Ace's Hero is just, I think, just kitty corner from us. So if you don't feel like walking, there's a Hero place that is supposed to be pretty good. I've not been yet. But yeah, you've got some options, and we will be back here at, I believe, 1:15? Yeah, so 1:15 we'll be back here to continue the conversation. All right, and Joe, if you want to pull up those slides, or Rona, when you have a chance. Okay, I hope everyone had a great lunch break and that you were able to find something tasty to eat. Thanks for coming back, and I am going to go into our next section, which is where I give a brief presentation about the concept of climate vulnerability metrics, what those are, and how they relate to what we're talking about here today. Next slide, please. Okay, go ahead and next slide. Thank you. All right, so we've been talking about the impacts of, or the benefits of doing these climate adaptation vulnerability assessments and what that means for ESJ communities or disadvantaged and vulnerable communities. And within that context, we also really want to think about how we assess the impacts in a quantifiable way of doing this kind of adaptation planning. So the purpose of talking about climate adaptation metrics, we're really looking to identify different methods or metrics that we could use to quantify the impacts of these CAVAs and the benefits of CAVA planning on these communities. So we're really trying to get to
a more quantitative way of looking at things. And the reason that this, or to give you some context, and we kind of brought this up in the conversation earlier of why we're talking about this, is that we are planning to do a much more detailed workshop on November 20th that's specifically focused on quantitative methods for measuring the benefits of CAVAs to communities, the benefits of measuring how we measure the benefits of climate adaptation to communities. And so today I'm going to be going over this at a very high level. We just want to get input from folks on this topic. And then we plan to use the input that we received today in the discussion related to metrics to inform what we're going to hit on in the November 20th workshop, which again will be much more technical. We'll be having researchers and other experts talking about different methodologies in a lot more detail. So for today, we'll be discussing, again, what they are, why they matter. Next slide. So to kind of wrap our heads around what an equity metric or a climate vulnerability metric is, so this is essentially just a way of quantitatively measuring a community's either their climate vulnerability or their adaptive capacity in the face of a climate impact. So to define climate vulnerability, that would be how likely or how intensely a community might be affected by a climate impact. So that could be anything from wildfire or a flood, sea level rise. It could be just heat events, anything. And it's just how vulnerable are they to that event. And then adaptive capacity is about a community's ability to adapt to a climate event or a climate impact, either by preventing the impact from occurring or their ability to recover after a climate event. So those are the two types of ways of looking at metrics that we're thinking about in this context. And the ways to measure climate vulnerability or adaptive capacity can vary. It can be a combination of different metrics, different methodologies, and that's the kind of stuff that we want to explore and talk about. And it often comes down to, when deciding what metrics are you looking to use, it kind of depends on what your purposes are. Different metrics can be useful for different purposes and contexts. And when it comes to the CAVAs, we consider vulnerability, climate vulnerability, both in the context of communities, but the CAVA is also considering it in the context of the energy infrastructure that those communities rely on. So there's kind of two ways of looking at it there. Next slide, please. So now bringing this more into the context of the CAVA process, as we've talked about, CAVAs are informational reports. They're meant to inform long-term planning that occurs in a general rate case or in some other application. But they do end up they can inform a project or investment decision or a program down the road and how those things are prioritized. So our existing process for incorporating equity into the CAVAs is very qualitative. It's, as we've talked about, it's community engagement plans, and it's opportunities where we can receive public comment on the CAVAs after they're submitted to the Public Utilities Commission. But the benefit of a metric is that adds in, we can incorporate that into the analysis within the CAVA process, and that offers a quantitative lens for considering equity within climate adaptation and within IOU planning. So it offers, where we're looking at the qualitative, now we can also bring in the quantitative. Next slide. So you might be thinking, okay, I love this conceptually, but what does that actually look like? So that could look, these metrics could be things like median income, they could be proximity to resources, stuff like groceries or public transit, things like that. It could be, like I said, access to transportation. It could be a community's pollution burden. It could come down to a community's mix of race or ethnicity or age or gender. It could be things like physical ability or health. So, for example, it's come up in the conversation of access to power to run dialysis or things of that nature. It could also be, as we've also discussed, language barriers and measuring, you know, what language is being spoken in a given community, and is that a barrier? And then the other metric can be just straight up risk of a given climate event in that community. Okay, next slide. So there are different potential outcomes we might see from an equity metric or the use of an equity metric in planning. Like I mentioned, it's a quantitative approach to incorporating equity into decision-making, and the benefit of that is that it's very complementary to the qualitative methods that may already be in use, like community engagement. And there is also the other side of things where it's an approximate approach to measuring things like vulnerability and adaptive capacity. And your results might vary depending on what metrics you choose to use and how you plan to weight them. So that's where we get into it depends on what your goals are, depends on what the purpose of the metrics is as to how you choose to design those metrics. Next slide. So that gives you a bit of a high-level concept of what equity metrics are about in the context of climate adaptation planning. And I wanted to give you a little flavor of what we're thinking and who we've been speaking to about this technical workshop in November. So these are some examples of tools or methodologies that we plan to have presented at this workshop. So Sandia National Lab has a great tool called RenCat, Resilience Node Cluster Analysis Tool. And SCE has done some pilots with them in the past, and we'll be inviting them to talk about that briefly here in a minute. But we've also got some work with Lawrence Berkeley National Labs. We have Josh here today who's been talking about that, and then Pacific Northwest National Lab has also done a lot of research on equity metrics, equity regulations throughout the U.S. Next slide. And then these are two others that we plan to include in the workshop. So there is the Electric Power Research Institute, EPRI. They're a nonprofit, research nonprofit that has what's called their Climate Ready tool. And although that in and of itself doesn't already incorporate equity metrics, they have been working to incorporate them in a case study that we want them to talk about at the workshop. So we've been in conversations with them about that. And then the California Office of Planning and Research, OPR, has a vulnerable communities platform that is an aggregation of different layers of community climate vulnerability and spatial data. So this is a wide variety of different data sets all coming together in a mapping tool. So those are some examples of the types of tools and methodologies that we want to talk about. Next slide, please. And before we get to questions, actually, the other thing that we've been talking about today that I think is really interesting that Nathan brought up from PG&E is the idea of readiness and how we're measuring that. And that could also be a really interesting piece of the conversation as we get to that point in the workshops. So with that being said, I would love to offer for Nathan and then Stephen Torres at SCE to provide a couple of minutes. I'll start with you, Nathan, just talking a little bit more about how the readiness might fit into the context of metrics.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity, Megan. This is Nathan Bengtson with PG&E's Climate Resilience team. It sounds like we're saving the technical discussion and the various pros and cons of the various tools that are out there till November. I think the point that I would want to emphasize, which I thought you did a good job of in your introductory remarks just now, is what are we measuring for what purpose? So as the LBNL representative said, he's totally right that readiness and adaptive capacity are different things. But we have been focused on readiness because it's a way that we can connect our effort of investing in the grid for resilience to what local communities need that resilience for, right? Are they standing up cooling centers? Do they have a hospital that's vulnerable? And the other thing that I'll say, and I know that there are supposed to be some APEN folks that are here to talk about this, but they have a great report that came out, I think in 2019. And it really made the same point, which is that there are tons of tools and metrics available. We probably don't need a new one. What we do need to do is deploy the ones we have for a very clear purpose. And so that's what I would say. You know, we use BRIC for our adaptive capacity analysis within the CEP, but we could have very well used a different one. I think it really matters what we're doing with that information. Is it being used directly to prioritize investments? Is it just being used to measure who we're talking to? So I think if we can be really clear about that outcome that we're seeking, that'll help direct us to the right tool. Stephen?
So good afternoon, everyone. For those that I haven't met, my name is Stephen Torres, and I lead Southern California Edison's climate adaptation and resiliency planning efforts. So our team is responsible for the CAVA filings. Our team is responsible for the CEP filings, and it's a pleasure to be here today. So let me provide perhaps a little bit of background. So back in 2020, the initial decisions asked us to consider adaptive capacity of community in how we prioritize investments. Back in 2020, there was no playbook. So at Southern California Edison, we had to develop, working very collaboratively with the RAND Corporation, something called the Community Resilience Metric, which is what we use to assess communities' adaptive capacity to withstand an outage that was generated by a climate impact. Again, we felt back then that using publicly available socioeconomic data was the most transparent way to sort of get to that end goal. And we used some of our community engagement work back in 2020 to validate that process, if you would. So we still think that the CRM is a viable tool for prioritizing investments in the GRC. In other words, in an environment where we can only do some of what we're proposing, we can use that CRM score and we can prioritize the investments we make based on the lowest adaptive capacity of the communities we serve. So we're able to do that. Now, can it be improved? Sure. So about a year ago, a year ago, we engaged in a process with the CPUC and Sandia Labs on sort of testing their RENCAT tool that sort of generates a social burden score. And I think the elements that potentially make social burden even a better, perhaps, measurement of adaptive capacity is that Sandia was able to take information from census tract to census block, so that addresses kind of the issue of being too broad to being very, very specific. Sandia added a dimension that we think is helpful, and that is adding distance to critical facilities, which we did not have in the CRM. And I think that going forward, the next, I think, critical piece that needs to be added to that tool would be take into consideration outage time. In other words, not all our outages are made the same way, and they have different impacts in the communities we serve. So I think outage duration is something that we need to bake into our analytical tool. But again, the CRM was, I think, I would call it an adequate solution, at least it is for us. But certainly there are opportunities for that tool to be enhanced, and the RENCAT experience is just one of them.
Awesome. Thank you both.
All right. So that was the end of my presentation as well. So I'd like to open it up for questions. Maybe first I can check if, Zara, are there any questions online? Oh, do you have the mic on? I'm not sure if that one's hooked up. It's okay if it's not.
Okay. Yeah, we had a question that says, do you have a CAVA, which I don't quite know how to answer.
Okay. The person who asked the question, do you have a CAVA, do you want to raise your hand so that we can maybe get a little more context on your question? any word from them, Zara? Or...
They may not still be on the chat.
Okay. Okay, that's no problem. And feel free, you know, if there's a question that doesn't get asked today, feel free to email us. You know, we can always assist. Okay, so let's open it up then. Anyone online or anyone in person who is interested in asking a question on the topic of equity metrics in the climate adaptation planning process?
Yeah, go ahead. Great, yeah. Thanks so much for this conversation, and I think it was really interesting to see that you all are thinking about this readiness metric and how we define readiness. And so I was wondering if it would be possible to dig into that a little bit more in terms of the way that you're defining readiness and the metrics that you're using, as well as how that metric would then be used to make funding decisions, because I think readiness, and I'll talk about my programs later, but we do a lot of capacity building work across the state, and I think readiness is a really complex question in terms of, you know, readiness for what and who are we talking about specifically, as well as, you know, recognizing that the fact that folks aren't ready doesn't mean that we shouldn't be investing in supporting their capacity. And in fact, we should really be starting with them. But I think as I was looking, it seemed like there was sort of like a broad classification of like low, medium, and high. And I think there's just so much nuance in this space around capacity needs and helping people really be ready to access investments, move projects forward. And I want to, yeah, I think it's interesting to actually get into the details a little bit and also kind of think through, what are the ways that we can engage also in those communities to actually address different challenges, because I think readiness is not sort of like the same challenge for everyone. I think lots of communities have really sort of different barriers and challenges that they're running into that might require different ways of engaging with them.
I think the question's for me, yes? Yeah, so this is Nathan with PG&E. So I think based on your question, you probably know a lot more about measuring readiness than I do. But we are not wedded to a particular way of doing it. We're open to suggestions, and ideally we would align with how the state sees that. We used, on the suggestion of our EF fellow, it's a modification of a Duke tool that combines a couple different measures. And if we can bring that slide back up, we actually have that slide has a table of all the considerations there. And again, we're not particularly wedded to that one methodology. For us, it was just about how do we take a service area where half of the people qualify as disadvantaged and vulnerable, everyone is exposed to multiple climate hazards, and then start not even necessarily prioritizing. Perfect, yeah. So you can, if you go back one slide, those are what was in the tool with some modifications specific to PG&E. But again, this was just an example of how to do it. The point is not necessarily about targeting or who we go to first. It's about how you meet people like where they are with the right kind of support. So when we see low, medium, high, we totally agree. Do we want to go out there and meet those communities like San Mateo, where they're really, really great on sea level rise and they already have a project and they just need our money? Like, yeah, absolutely, we should do that. Everyone benefits. And also, we need to support the folks who aren't ready in a way that makes sense for them. And Stephen, I don't know if you're comfortable talking about the capacity building, technical assistance stuff you guys are doing, but that's they're supporting the folks that aren't ready in a different way that I think would be an interesting model.
Yeah, so Stephen Torres with Southern California Edison. So I think, as Nathan mentioned, less worry about how we get there, but really need to have some sort of buckets defined for us to tailor our engagement to those needs. So the idea that we have different needs in each of the 3 or 4, how many buckets you all want to sort of end up at, and that we do much more tailored community engagement going forward to address capacity building in the left and address project development on the right. And you have been doing capacity building for a long time. Sort of your model is one of the ones that we're actually thinking about sort of bringing forward. But it's this idea that we also move communities by doing capacity building from this kind of, I would call it willing, but perhaps not having capacity, to then the willing and with capacity, which then gets them ready to potentially do joint adaptation projects. So I think it just talks to the need for us to be much more targeted and to have different approaches for different communities based on where they are in their sort of development, if you would. And again, how we get to those buckets, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of smart people that can sort of figure that out, but for us to be aware that we need to tailor our engagement to each bucket differently is what I think we want to sort of get to in the next time around.
Great, thank you. Any other questions in this particular topic? Anything online? Okay. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I think, and Nathan, you talked about like the different capacities for the communities, and some communities may have projects that are ready, like the one that was provided as an example. Can you, just at a very high level, walk through how that project was able to come about, like the coordination and then the funding, what portion PG&E covered, and the collaboration, just like I said, at a high level, to walk through that as one example?
Yeah, happy to. This is Nathan with PG&E. So they came to us. So the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority, local special district on the San Mateo Peninsula, they have long-term planning around Bayside flooding. And they came to us and they said, look, we know that you have infrastructure in the area. We can build a seawall behind your substation, or we can build it in front of your substation. Seems like probably you would prefer the protection, so let's talk about what that's worth to you and whether you're able to partner here. You know, we took a look and we had vulnerability there, and so it was a pretty easy sell for me to go to the asset owner, in this case electric substation, and say, you have flooding vulnerability here. There's a local project that could provide protection. We should help fund that project because it's out for a federal grant. And so the cost benefit on the, so we put in $10 million. That convinced Meta, whose campus is nearby, to put in $8 million. That money, that shared, you know, the shared funding burden made the grant more competitive in the FEMA analysis, you know, sort of grant process. And I think the grant is worth $40 million or something like that. And so the cost benefit for us on that project is like 500 to 1 because of, you know, moving that substation would be prohibitively expensive. And so our ability to partner there made a ton of sense. I think what's hard about this is that, you know, that's a case where it worked out. It doesn't fit necessarily within the sort of regulatory and IOU planning cycle, right? So that's something that we were able to find money for because it was such a good deal. But, you know, when they're coming to us or we're finding projects, it's not happening necessarily in an organized way. And so we internally are trying to figure out how to make sure that we have partnership money on hand for when those opportunities arise.
Do you think that there's synergies with some of the things we're looking at, like particularly on either distribution planning or transmission, that would also be able to help to maybe identify some of these things in a way that it could fit easier into the planning cycle? Well, you may not. That may be just because we were talking earlier about how to, you know, minimize the fatigue and combine issues, and I know that there's been a lot of discussion about better engagement locally on different projects, and that there could be synergies with the climate readiness and the climate adaptation on how to identify those projects earlier and be able to take advantage of whether it's federal money or other partnerships.
Yeah, I do think it depends on where in the process a local government is in terms of putting their project together. But part of the reason we were so comfortable being part of the Ravenswood FEMA Brick project is because the local government had done robust community engagement. There was representation in that process from the Bellhaven neighborhood, which is the DVC. And they had evaluated as a community and decided that they wanted to pursue a somewhat green infrastructure solution, which is, a double bonus from our perspective. So, if PG&E is thinking about, in a dollars and cents way, protecting our substation, it's probably not as robust a process. It's probably, we have this asset and must serve these people, we must protect it. The beauty of kind of coming into a partnership like this is usually, hopefully, the local government has done a good job of figuring out what its priorities are, has done a significant amount of community engagement, and then we can come in and build on what they've already wanted to do and sort of put in our money and get the protection and shared benefit. So I think that's a long way of saying that while I very much appreciate that the current CEP requirements contemplate community being part of the process, I think there is something to be said for getting, the technical assessment done by the utilities, and then the focus being on taking that assessment out into the world and saying, I have my vulnerability here, where's yours? Can we partner? And then bringing folks in to talk about what the solution looks like.
No, thank you.
Can I add something to it? Because I think that we're both pointing to this kind of pre-development phase of a partnership and the fact that that is not free. So kind of being able to convene all the right stakeholders in addition to the utility that has vulnerabilities to get to a team that is able to develop a request, a project, sort of narrative that is attractive for state and federal funding, and for us to, again, we are meeting or ratepayer affordability concerns right on as well, because we are making infrastructure investments less taxing on our ratepayers. So it's a win-win, but it's not free. So that pre-development funding to get the project started, to get the partnership going after we identify vulnerabilities, I think is the focus area, the kind of the gap that we want to somehow fill.
Can I comment? Granted, there's a lot of nuance to this that I don't understand, especially as your readiness measurements may interrelate with other metrics that have been alluded to or touched on before. But it makes me uneasy listening to this to think that the utility would be, if I understand it correctly, setting readiness thresholds and introducing the tools of measurement to determine a community's, eligibility to be considered for funding with their utility partner. And to me, excuse me, but I just don't see that as being the role of the IOU. That seems to me like a much more of a governmental decision that the IOU would be directed toward. And for some of these reasons, for instance, speaking from my own experience, we, like I mentioned earlier, we've been raising a lot of money to build infrastructure in response to a history of a lack of investment and attention from PG&E. And I can tell you firsthand that our capacity is directly tied to the fact that we won the money, that we have a project, not that we had to go through a series of steps, be led through a capacity building workshop, a series of steps and what other things to meet thresholds that then made us eligible. It was that we had the capacity to develop project concepts, submit them, be paid for those, and then use that money to fill in all of the really extensive gaps that we have as far as some of the metrics you might be measuring, including, say, ability to operate and maintain the infrastructure over time or funding its continuing operation. Those are things you know, if you want many of the communities who need this funding to be checking off all of those boxes before there's investment, I don't think that that's in and of itself. And granted, acknowledging my own naivete here, the information I'm missing doesn't seem to me like an equitable way to approach the issue.
This is Nathan from PG&E, if I can respond to that. I think we agree. I think that there's a question here about what we're talking about in terms of outcome. So from my perspective, when I'm talking about these views that would help us prioritize, that is, okay, we have a plan to make our grid resilient for our customers. We know that our customers are in different levels, live in communities that are differently organized around their own local resilience planning. So when we go to talk to them, how do we show up? Do we show up with our map of vulnerabilities and drive straight to, is there opportunity for partnership? Or do we show up and say, hey, have you guys even thought about this? Do you have a local resilience plan? Oh, why don't we fund a charitable grant to provide some technical assistance to kind of get you there, right? So what we're not talking about is PG&E being responsible for building local resilience. That is absolutely the responsibility of local government. We want to show up in a way that supports the way they're going about that. So, you know, the reason that we are thinking about meeting folks who aren't ready yet with a different kind of support is because we know, and it's the classic equity problem, right? The people who are able to show up are the people who already have capacity, who already have some money. I mean, you know, there's a reason that San Mateo County and the peninsula is so far ahead of many jurisdictions on this issue. They have capacity, they have money, they have people, have time and expertise, right? But our answer to that is not to show up to folks who are not ready and say, let's do this right now. It's to say, okay, how do we get you there? That also doesn't mean that we're not investing in grid resilience across the board in the first place. But when someone says, well, we're really, really interested in a microgrid for these reasons, then we say, okay, well, we have a community microgrid enablement program. Maybe we can help you with that. That doesn't take away from the fact that we just need to invest in transformers in the area that are old, right? Like that's base asset health work that we have to do, period. Does that kind of help explain? We're not trying to be the decider on who gets what. We're trying to figure out how to show up for people who are in various levels of readiness.
Okay, any other comments on that discussion or on the concept of metrics in general?
There's one more question in the chat.
Okay, great.
Patrick Murphy is asking, how do you ensure that the engagement with those less ready has enough duration for them to infrastructure when they become ready?
Sure. I think we touched on that today as well. And we talked a little bit this morning about the 4-year cycle and how that could create some gaps and void in terms of engagement. So obviously, anything that we do forward needs to bring that to bear, where we actually are creating what we call sustainable engagement, right? And then we should also hold ourselves responsible and accountable for some sort of improvement, right? So I think we can do it as often on cycles, right? The next time around, we need to sort of see it as a 4-year engagement and a 4-year process that really kind of gets to that sustainable capacity building.
Totally agree. It gets back to the last slide of my presentation around funding and expectations. It's like this should be the expectation that it goes all the way through. That's the way we'd like to do it.
Excellent. Any last questions or comments on this topic? Yeah, Angie. Let me,
really glad to hear, Angie Hacker, Prosper Sustainably, really glad to hear you all talking about how to get projects done and that there would be funding to do it. That's very hopeful. Some of what you're talking about is basically more easily getting projects into some sort of a queue so you can consider and evaluate them and help pay for them. And a lot of other people are talking about that too. And so it's back to this concept of, is this just for this one single issue? Just for PG&E's or, Edison, or is this a broader need across many agencies? A lot of folks would benefit out of having a pipeline of projects that were scoped, easy to submit, standard and centralized submission, and available to be matched against the right source for the right outcome, and ideally a recurring available outcome that's easy to get. So I've become kind of like the Al Sharpton of funding. I'm like, the grants are too damn hard, and they are. And so if we can stop extracting so much capacity from communities and getting the dollars, it's so much, and just help them by organizing the marketplace of funding and services, it would go such a long way. But it's not just for this issue. But I'm wondering how we can think a little bit more broadly, and if anybody has thought about that, thinking more broadly across agencies, how a system like this could elevate all of us and save a lot of time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that it's a really good point. I think that we need to collaborate on identifying resources already present to do the capacity building as well as the convening. There are regional climate collaborators that we need to leverage more. The Strategic Growth Council has a program on capacity building that we're looking at. So it's really not about our use, kind of inventing something that we're probably not very good at. It's probably better for us to be sort of canvassing kind of what you're all doing and sort of taking the best out of each piece and leveraging those structures that exist.
Yeah, and this is Nathan from PG&E. I'll just note that this is the same room that the ICARP Technical Advisory Committee meets in. And there is a utility spot, and I have the pleasure of being there right now. And this comes up all the time in that context, and I think we're working on it and trying to get to where there's so much money. It's coming from everywhere. The requirements are complicated, and we're trying, at least that body is trying to sort of normalize it to the extent that they can. But I hear you that it's a problem, and it is bigger than just the electric sector. I do think that, like Stephen said, the kind of grassroots regional ecosystem of folks that are thinking about resilience seems to me like a really good place to start.
Yeah, I want to say that, I think this is worthy of in and of itself of a lot more workshopping. And I would encourage that. And, again, just that communities would be willing or expected to organize themselves in a way that's visible to you in order to have access to certain projects, to me, needs to be interrogated further. And, we can't get to every issue associated with that right now, but I'm not sure this is, this feels tricky and potentially like the decision-making authorities are placed within the wrong institution here, being the utility.
I share his concern with when you come of who is ready for those projects. We're talking about projects and implementing them, and it's not that there's not an urgency to implement those projects. I think there's an urgency, but we need to level set that there are a lot of community, and the ones that need this service the most are not ready. They need, we have a program in Sacramento called Energy Resiliency Action Plan, where we help communities, disadvantaged communities, to develop those plans and get them in with something ready for you guys to invest on. And I think that we can skip that step and go into talking about projects and not give the opportunity for all the organizations, all the communities to engage on those partnerships. And our funding and not capable, we're not capable of meeting the needs that come to us. And we're just a piece of it, right? We just have 13 county territory. Obviously, our funding cannot meet that, but the pipeline that we have of interest of, disadvantaged communities wanting to participate in this program, it's far greater than what we can meet. So I just want to, I'm very happy to hear about projects being done, and I understand the urgency of it. I am an environmental scientist myself, so I understand there's an urgency to it, but we can't leave behind the ones that need the most, and that need that planning, that hold-handing. We also, there are communities come often to us asking help for grant application. They don't have capacity. And so how can they join those projects if they don't even have the capacity or the support, to get involved in those projects? Obviously, we have a special interest as well with the tribal engagement. So some of those criteria that I saw wouldn't apply to them. So I just want to make sure that we're not leaving everybody, like some behind, and especially the ones that need the most support.
All right, looks like we have one more over here. Angie Hacker, Prosper Sustainably. Again, one big epiphany. I wrote a paper called Better Funding, and I'll share it. One of the big epiphanies has been we are attempting to reach more equity and more equitable distribution of funding. We often try to do that by band-aiding in this capacity building stuff. And not looking above to the process, to the systems and structures that we deploy funding, which are too difficult to get. And could you actually achieve, rather than the maps and the indices and all the grant writing support, should we be focused more on just reestablishing a funding deployment system that's accessible? I feel like access is equity. You get to equity through access and making it simpler to participate in, and where it's still, the process itself is inherently not simple. Folks do need help. They need the technical assistance, I hope, at some point will not be so much dedicated to the word maze of writing a grant, but instead to the scoping of projects. Like you need the finance folks to write a pro forma. You might need an attorney. You might need an engineer. You need subject matter experts in all these fields related to energy and climate available to you so you can scope a project and get it into if this queue exists so it could be evaluated properly, and then save some resource for help implementing it if that community is not necessarily ready. And that kind of thing can be done on a statewide basis in a more cohesive, organized way, elevating people like SoCalRen and the other regional energy networks, and all these folks in regions that already exist have the subject matter expertise, the trust and familiarity in their regions to do that work rather than continuously reinventing the TA wheel.
Yeah, really appreciate that point and this conversation more generally. I think I think it's a both and question where we need to be building capacity. We need to be thinking about how we make sure that communities have, they are able to do this really important community engagement work to make sure that we're developing the right projects and we're not just building shovel-ready projects, but shovel-worthy projects. And we need to make sure that we have the plans in place and the local governments on board and all of these different pieces that need to come together in order to actually build, really good projects. But we also need to make sure that the systems that we have created to fund them are smoother and easier so that we're not just continually building capacity and not actually getting projects off the ground. And so I think that's a really important point. And something too that I think is just really critical if we really care about equity, we really need to be focused on the communities that are not, ready, however we define that, and starting first with them. And also I think, infrastructure is a lot more expensive than capacity building work and bringing in some of the technical players that are needed as well. And so making sure that we're not sort of giving small amounts to communities that aren't ready to be able to support engagement, capacity building these projects that, won't be ready for many years, and meanwhile putting a lot more investment into communities that are ready. So thinking equitably there as well about how we're sort of doing both, and we are supporting the development of these projects in areas that don't maybe have them ready to go, but also saving some of the investments to actually make sure that those projects happen. And I think that's a challenge to figure out, you know, how that works. But I feel like I see a lot that we're dumping, you know, a lot of our infrastructure dollars that are coming down the line into the communities that are already ready to go, and then giving small amounts of money for capacity building to communities that aren't. And it's not really leveling the playing field. It means that, you know, those same communities, while capacity building is, of course, absolutely critical, we need to be thinking also about how we help them get investments now, because they're the ones that actually need it the most. So yeah, I think Angie's been doing a lot of really incredible work that I would encourage everyone to take a look at in terms of how we think about, you know, all of these projects also that, you know, there are actually a lot of communities that we may not consider ready that have developed projects that they have put forward and not gotten funding for because they're going through a competitive process. And how do we actually sort of pull up some of those great projects that were developed and just never got funded because there wasn't enough funding for some specific program? Is there a way to kind of look at a repository of projects that were ready to go at some point in time and figure out how we can revive that, make sure that they still make sense? But yeah, be thinking just more creatively, I think, about how we fund projects that need to move forward and how we use state funding, federal funding, IOU funding, like how do we cobble together all of these different funding sources to make sure that we're really equitably focusing our investments in some of the communities that have a low readiness.
Thank you all. I'm going to do one last check on any online raised hands, questions.
Yes, there is one raised hand in the chat. So the person with your hand raised, you should be able to unmute and ask your question.
Alexandra S., you should see an unmute request on your computer.
Raised my hand. Sorry about that.
Okay. Sounds like we don't have any questions online. Sorry for the delay, folks. Given that we are very close to time, I think I'm going to go ahead and stop us here so that we can take a short break, and then we'll come back for the broader roundtable discussion. So we'll have plenty more time to discuss, and I will be asking more questions at that time. All right, see you at 2:30. All right, everyone, thanks for waiting. We're going to go ahead and get started, so if you can get settled. And Joe, feel free to hit record when you have a second. Awesome. Okay, well, thanks again, all. Hope you had a good break. And so this is the last major segment of our day. This is our roundtable discussion, our ESJ roundtable discussion. And during this discussion, we have some key participants who are online, as well as some who've already spoken today here in the room. And the way that we're going to do this is we're going to have a set of a few key folks kind of say a few words about themselves and their organizations and what they're concerned about, and then we will go ahead and open up the conversation with a few more key questions that we'd like to ask and kind of let the conversation flow from there. So I am going to start out by inviting the different folks that we have participating today who are here to kick things off to speak. Just one second. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start off with folks in the room. We will start off with Rachel Sweetnam of Center for Accessible Technology. If you want to go ahead and say a few words.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Rachel Sweetnam from Center for Accessible.
Sorry, a little louder, yeah.
Sorry, Center for Accessible Technology, also known as C4AT. We represent people with disabilities and medical needs, and our population is highly vulnerable to climate impacts and has needs that are distinct from the general population. Our constituents reside in every community in the state, so unlike the communities that are recognized in the DBCs, they are not geographically clustered. People with disabilities and medical needs who are also disproportionately low income must be meaningfully included in adaptation planning to ensure that their specific needs are met. So we advocate for supplementing the definition of DBCs to recognize the vulnerability of this community. We also want to ensure that all community engagement efforts are accessible to people with disabilities and provide appropriate accommodations. And lastly, I'll just touch on some of our key concerns related to energy and infrastructure adaptation. So first, reliability. People with medical needs depend on reliable and affordable electricity for health and safety, for example, to operate respirators, CPAP machines, and charge mobility devices. Outages are just burdensome and dangerous, so we need to ensure that batteries and backup power are available. Also, issues of temperature control as we experience more extreme weather events. Individuals need to maintain body temperature for health and safety, and people with disabilities and medical needs are especially vulnerable to heat impacts. And finally, working towards clean energy and electrification, communities burdened by pollution and other environmental issues disproportionately experience health impacts and medical conditions, and vulnerable individuals are also more sensitive to issues of air quality. So we'd like to talk about those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll turn over to Michael Girace, who's already spoken a little bit from the Yurok Tribe.
Hi, Michael Girace, Yurok Tribe, Director of Planning and Community Development. We are concerned with developing the organizational, the regulatory, the technological background and infrastructure that the tribe needs to develop long-term and true energy sovereignty is our primary goal.
Thank you. And now I will turn it over to Ina Lupin with the Strategic Growth Council.
Great, thank you. I've already spoken a little bit about myself and my programs, but Ina Lupin, I'm the program manager for the Community Assistance for Climate Equity program at the Strategic Growth Council. And the program, we often call it CASE, is a suite of capacity building and technical assistance programs that serve under-resourced communities at the front lines of the climate crisis, really focusing on how we build capacity for the organizations that have the lowest staff capacity and the least amount of time and resources to engage in planning and project development, and in actually making sure that benefits come to their communities. We have 4 capacity building programs as a part of our suite of programs that work with California Native American tribes, community-based organizations, under-resourced local governments, and collaboratives of cross-sectoral partners who are working together to build capacity and provide technical assistance on the regional level. And so each one of those programs is a little bit different in the way that it's designed, but I think one of the things that's really, really critical to our work is making sure that we are constantly getting feedback from the communities that we serve around how we can be continuing to improve our programs and ensuring that our capacity building work is actually leading to meaningful projects on the ground. So excited to join this conversation and share anything that I can related to those programs and some of the work that we've done thus far at the Strategic Growth Council. Thanks.
Thank you. Then we're going to go online and introduce Ariadne Villegas with Green Lining Institute.
Hi everyone, my name is Ariadne Villegas. I'm the program manager for Green Lining the Block at the Green Lining Institute. We're an Oakland-based nonprofit, and Green Lining the Block is an implementation program that supports communities to maximize infrastructure investments for climate action. Over the past 10 years, GLI, or Green Lining Institute, has helped shape over $8 billion of California climate investments. So following the success of that work, Green Lining the Block was established as an implementation program for this work to support 24 partners across 4 California cities and 4 additional states. And so we're really interested in understanding what are the necessary ingredients for nurturing successful community-driven climate projects at the local level, and how to build partnerships and catalyze multi-sector partnerships. So that's kind of what I'm looking at and interested in participating in today.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you to all of you for participating today. So I'm just going to start kicking it off with some questions, some introductory questions. And I invite particularly anyone representing communities in any capacity to answer these questions. So I would like to go around and ask folks to maybe describe, if you haven't. Yeah. Yeah, so the initial 5 were invited to say a few words, and then the other folks who've been invited will be introducing themselves as they comment. Yeah, sorry about the confusion. I would like to go around and ask folks to maybe talk a little bit about what climate impacts they are experiencing in their given community, as well as what climate adaptation measures that they're hoping to see in their community or that their communities are in need of. And when you do speak for the first time, please do introduce yourself and your affiliation. And I'll just go ahead and open it up to whoever would like to speak first about how their community is impacted, either online or in the room. I can also ask individually. What's up? We have a hand raised online. And go ahead and unmute them.
Yeah, hi. I'm Enrique Huerta, Legislative Director at Climate Resolve. We're a nonprofit based out of Los Angeles, and we're working hard to make California more livable and prosperous today and for generations to come by inspiring people at home, at work, and in government to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as well as prepare for climate change adaptation. I just want to commend the CPUC for leading such a fascinating conversation on adaptive capacity. I facilitate a statewide extreme heat adaptation collaborative to discuss how best to prepare our communities for an effective response to rising temperatures. Every conversation is a balancing act to ensure that working groups, many of which are based in disadvantaged communities, get the fullest picture of all available tools and strategies at their disposal to combat and to cool their communities, while making sure that many of those same community members, many of which are employed in the energy sector, have a paycheck long into the future. On top of it all, working groups confront difficult questions around the need to ensure a strong and reliable energy grid to advance innovation and the economy. I'm just glad to hear the myriad of perspectives on the issue, and I look forward to continuing the conversation. We are mainly focused on increasing urban tree canopy, increasing the implementation of cool surfaces, and community resilience centers. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Looks like Michael Girate.
Yurok tribe is being impacted by climate change in many ways, but I'll just highlight that being a natural resource tribe, Yurok's priority among some others is fish. And the tribe leading the largest dam removal project in the history of the United States, removal of 4 dams on the Klamath River, is evidence of that. What we don't fully understand yet is what's happening. You know, if we can restore these waterways and habitat, if we can protect the river, what about the ocean? And I want to introduce a climate impact that we've been particularly worried about, which is an adaptation burden, a potential adaptation burden, which is the purveyors of offshore wind industry coming to the tribe asking it to develop its waters for offshore wind infrastructure. And of course, the tribe understands the need for adaptation and the need to decarbonize. However, we need to be considering the disproportionate burden that some communities have faced historically when it comes to resource extraction, and how, in this case, it's being asked to do the same thing yet again. And so if we're going to adapt to climate change responsibly, we can't make it a technological and economic solution alone. We really have to find a way to innovate in the equity space, you know, just as fast. And for those regulators and developers who are looking at those projects, we need to, you know, quickly advance to some sort of understanding of what unceded waters are and what the tribe's authorities are within that space, so that we can be at the table when we're trying to put that together. Thanks.
Thank you. Any others who'd like to talk about the climate impacts their communities are facing? Anyone online?
Hello everyone, George Chan from Chinese Newcomers. We are located in San Francisco, Chinatown. Our clients are mainly the Chinatown residents and Chinese immigrants. A couple of things I want to highlight. First is heat. Someone mentioned it before, but in San Francisco, Chinatown is even worse because we are living in a very packed room. So like 300 square feet, we have about 3 to 4 people living inside. So when the heat comes, and also this is a public housing, you cannot really install a lot of air conditioning machine, all those things. And then so when the heat comes, they don't have too much choice but go down to some community center like my center or some parks, but it's not an effective way to resolve the problem. Another thing is high wind. I believe 2 years ago, we have a storm hitting California, and then because of that, some area have the power outage for a couple of days. And then for the low-income people, they need to, you know, cook or doing their laundry in certain time to meet their working schedule. So the power outage was another issue. Another thing is about high wind. When the high wind hits, the power PG&E shut down the power sometimes. So that is another troublesome created to the low-income working folks.
Awesome. Anyone? Yeah, Rachel.
I can expand a bit, and C4AT shares a lot of concerns that George just raised about temperature control and people with disabilities being exceptionally sensitive to heat impacts and facing higher risks of illness or death during heat waves. And then we have multiple issues of access that are compounding the problem. There's issues with barriers to information and warnings, and then accessibility barriers when you talk about solutions such as cooling centers. It's more complicated for certain individuals. You know, bus line might not be a viable option for them to get there, or if the cooling center closes and they still need to maintain their body temperature and charge their devices during an outing, there needs to be more support and consideration for those sorts of things, and work on programs to help customers who can't afford the out-of-pocket upfront upgrades in their homes. Even if a rebate is available after the fact, they can't take on the expense at first. Or if they're a renter and they don't have control over what they can do, like what solutions can be worked on to make progress in that area. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other folks who'd like to provide input, either online or in the room?
Thank you and good afternoon. I really don't need this microphone. Gifted that way, I do appreciate it. But with that said, I have been following along online, just not in the room. Health issues, and I won't go into it. But with that, I am Barry F. Boyd. I'm here representing the Sacramento Environmental Justice Coalition. That's SAC-EJC.org, if anyone was interested, and a free plug. With that, as far as the climate impacting those of us that live here in the Sacramento County, we represent Placer County, Sacramento County, and Yolo County, with an emphasis in Sacramento, specifically South Sacramento. Full disclosure, I sit on the South Sacramento Florin Steering Committee, which is under the, these acronyms kill me, the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District's camp community, to which we are now a SERP community, Climate Emissions Reduction Plan, to mitigate the emissions. And just an FYI, AQMD is under CARB, California Air Resources Board. Oh, it keeps going. But with that said, let me go one more step. It all falls under AB 617 to make it easy. The impact in Sacramento in regards to climate, it's multitude. The last 2 years, for those of us that live here, understand it firsthand with the flooding and the toppling. I forget what the percentage was or is of the amount of trees that fell in the last 2 winters just because of the drought, about a decade-long drought, if not longer than that, prior. So most folks don't realize, even though the tree looks great on the outside, and the inside is dried out and rotted. So when the heavy winds blow, the tree isn't centered, isn't as strong as it once was, and they're easy to topple. That's why so many of those large trees fell. Climate impact, these storms, the last 2 winters have been pretty magnificent. After 10, 13 years of no rain, practically no rain. And now as the rest of the United States sees that as well with the wind, rain, so forth, the flooding, we all understand sea level rise, but it's a lot further inland that the impact is having. I'm going on a little bit of bigger circle, but I'll bring it back in, to which the impact not only from the 1,000-year storms that are happening every 2 years, 3 years, every other year. It is our concentration is even more so on the air pollution due to the fact Sacramento sits in a bowl. We are one of the most polluted areas in the nation, period, because we sit in a bowl. So the swirling winds, the winds don't blow in the traditional trade wind south, east to northwest. They whip around, and it actually does 360-degree disbursement. So when you have, for an example, airplanes that burn leaded fuel, that exhaust is coming out and being, lack of tact here, being spit around in a 360-degree angle. The folks of us, I do live in South Sacramento in a DAC community, disadvantaged community. It's considered low income, but actually the area median income is close to the city's area median income. But because of the minority population is why we get that distinction. But I'll conclude with this. The impact of both the weather that none of us can control, nor the air pollution, but we can continue to fight against the air pollution as the EPA has now put forth its ban on leaded fuel burning planes. So Sacramento Executive Airport just happens to be a mile away from where I live in South Sacramento, in one of those communities that we are now in the CERP community. That is one thing that we are fighting, advocating to continue, and I'll wrap it here. My apologies, I'm long-winded, so I'm making up for lost time. But two things that have impacted us here in Sacramento, and specifically myself in the group I represent.
Thank you very much. Now I am going to move on, just for the sake of time, to some other questions. So I do want to talk about the kind of, has there been any discussion in your communities about the economic costs of climate change versus inaction? If anyone has a couple quick thoughts on that, that would be great. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll keep this within a minute. And yes, we have, and the conversation is, of course, you can pay me now or you can pay me later. The cost now is absorbent. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous cost. That is not going to decrease. The pay me later, of course, is that ultimate payment if we don't invest now, and that ultimate payment is us. It's over. There is no greater cost than that. I'll stop there.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone have any other thoughts on how they've seen this discussion appear? Michael?
Thank you. Earlier today, I was wearing my hat as Fairlawn Strategies. I'm actually going to shift my hat a little bit to an organization we staff called the Bay Area Climate Adaptation Network. We're a coalition of 120 members, 40 local governments, 40 CBOs and nonprofits, and 40 partners that cross the regional, state, and federal landscape in the Bay Area, working on climate adaptation and resilience with the intent of creating a more equitable and resilient Bay Area. And one of the things that we've been working on a particular set of issues that are high priority for our members, including capacity building, funding, which we talked about a lot of that this morning, the complexity of how we accomplish our objectives and goals within the regulatory context, but also just the reality of the changing climate, while also trying to address long-term inequities and marginalized communities that have always needed to be invested in. And then thinking about how do we streamline the good things we need to get done and get done really quickly. And one of the things we've talked about in the past couple years quite a bit is the cost of inaction. And there's a pretty popular metric now that is used regularly by the disaster management community of practice, which is really about, you can invest $1 in mitigation of disasters and expect to really save $10 on the other side of a disaster because you're proactively addressing these issues. Things like groundwater rise have become quite an important topic to talk about in the past year, as research is showing very significant impacts to underground infrastructure and even above ground infrastructure that may be impacted by foundations and connections down underground, where saltwater intrusion through groundwater rise may affect or degrade that infrastructure, creating either a higher liquefaction risk from earthquakes or vastly degrading infrastructure that doesn't last nearly the lifespan that it was anticipated. And that's one example of where we're talking about if we can act faster on some of these things that are sort of creeping emergencies, we're able to get ahead of that and reduce cost on the other side of it, because responding to when services fail because of a disaster is so much more expensive than addressing these things up front. Alternatively, there is this challenging narrative within our institutions that post-disaster recovery is fine to spend money on, even if it causes deficits, even if it causes impacts to budgets. But proactive investments are harder to get through the process. It takes a lot longer. So there is a balancing act, I think, that we need to consider, in that sometimes the longer-term investments may not seem as appealing right now, but if we're facing a post-disaster environment, you really look back and you wish you'd done those investments earlier on, even though the resourcing just doesn't seem like it's there. So just something to think about as this piece moves forward, and long-term resilience and adaptation is connecting to our disaster recovery dynamic as well.
Thank you. It looks like Enrique online has their hand raised.
Yeah, hi. I just want to co-sign everything that Michael just said. And I also would like to direct your attention to a recent report released by the Department of Insurance titled Impacts of Extreme Heat to California's People, Infrastructure, and Economy. And in it, you'll find that the widespread effects of a 14-day heat wave in 2022 cost $3 billion. Most of those costs were carried by the health and safety sector. This included nearly 200 deaths, more than 140 adverse birthing outcomes, over 2,000 hospitalizations, and over 4,200 emergency department room visits, all attributable in a single event experienced by more than 34 million Californians. Again, the title of that report is Impacts of Extreme Heat to California's People, Infrastructure, and Economy, and it was released by the Department of Insurance this year. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I am going to move on to, well, I think actually what I will do is I will go ahead and hand the mic over to Zara, my colleague, who will be facilitating for part of the discussion today. And we do want to bring it back to focusing in on the context of engagement when it comes to the CAVAs specifically, and engagement when it comes to climate adaptation and energy infrastructure. So with that, I will hand it over to Zara.
Hi, everyone. I didn't get to properly introduce myself last time. My name is Zara Jamshed, and I'm an equity analyst with Megan's team at the CPUC. So, yeah, to kick off this conversation, thinking within the context of the CAVA process, when and at what points do you think that environmental and social justice community organizations would be most interested and or most able to engage? Sure. Oh, perfect. So this is the CAVA process, the Climate Adaptation Vulnerability Assessment process, that begins with this community engagement plan. And so throughout this this process, community groups we aim to engage. And so at what points throughout this process is it best for communities to start their engagement? Please.
From the inception, it's either you are at the table or you're on the menu. It should always be a bottom up, not a top down. I'll keep it short because I can get on my soapbox here.
Very important to engage the CBOs that we worked with since inception. It was very clear that that really added trust to the discussion and the process. However, one of the things that we heard very clearly from the organizations we worked with was they would like sustained engagement and connection to the PG&E resilience team as the process moved forward, acknowledging that the CEP was the space for holding that conversation. I think there would be a lot of value to having touch points throughout the process. Obviously, that requires both capacity and funding to support, but that's the sort of the feedback we heard from the vast majority of the 52 CBOs that were engaged in that process. I don't know if you have any other thing to share on that perspective, George, as you were part of that process too.
Yeah, happy to continue the conversation.
Looks like we have a hand up in the chat. Patrick, would you like to unmute?
Kelly was first.
Oh, then please, Kelly.
All right, cool. Thanks, Patrick. My name is Kelly Klima. I'm a research engineer over at RAND. Thanks for the shout out earlier, Stephen, for our work for you for Southern California Edison. I work in the program of social and economic well-being, and we conduct policy research for community health and environmental policy. So what we see, and this has happened very recently on a California Energy Commission funded project we worked on, that it's really critically important to involve ESGs throughout the entire process, as has already been said by a number of folks on this call. The difficulty with that is exactly as the question flags, which is there is some capacity. We can't just like ping you every day and say like, hey, like tell me what you think today. That's just not going to work. We don't have enough time and capability to do that. Some of the best practices that we've used at RAND are to do things like hold periodic networking events, such as an event we held looking at shaping California's energy futures research, where we work to try and connect people ahead of time and really get established networking and like friendly faces together. And that way, even before year one in the CAVA process, before the community engagement plan, there's already some of those trusted partnerships in place so that we can start to move forward and use everyone's time sparingly, but also get all of the data and input that we need in order to make this a successful process.
Thank you. Patrick, would you like to go next?
Yes, what Kelly said again. And the engagement needs to be early, it needs to be often, but it needs to not be onerous. One of the ways that it needs to not be onerous is it has to be paid. It has to be made convenient. It can't be from 5 to 7 on evenings without there being food or daycare or some other method of encouraging engagement to make it affordable, especially to the folks that don't have slack in their budget or time budget or economic budget to go do these things. And then the one other thing I will say, the other way it has to be made efficient and affordable is it has to include the engaged parties in the decision processes, not just in the information processes. One of the ways you make this process effective and efficient for the engaged is to make them part of the process and part of the decision. Otherwise, it's a waste of time, waste of their time.
Enrique, would you like to go next?
Yes, co-signing both Kelly and Patrick's comments 100%. We need to look at community as being the experts about their community, as knowing where solutions need to go. They also have knowledge and wisdom about the kinds of solutions that they'd like to see. But we also need to recognize that innovations are moving at the speed of light. And so there's a lot of room to also increase their knowledge about new tools and solutions that are coming online. So I would say that it has to be both going into communities, understanding their issues, getting their feedback, but also making room to elevate innovations that they can then consider for their communities as well. And I think for that, maybe there also needs to be some capacity building within some of the experts that will be going into those communities as well.
Sure. This might be too outside the box. This might be too outside the box, but I was thinking here, you know, when you think about TV, how it used to be, you just watch the TV show, and if you missed it, you missed it. And now you have on demand, right? You have Netflix and whatnot, and then you decide when and what you want to watch. Is there an opportunity outside of, you know, formal proceedings, responses and whatnot, for this engagement to be throughout the whole process, maybe like a platform where a broader stakeholder, like range of stakeholders can engage at all times, like provide feedback, provide resources, or share some of those reports. I heard about reports that I didn't even know during this workshop. So I think that these workshops are definitely very important and should continue. And all kind of like in-person engagement or community engagement or events should continue. And it wouldn't be a replacement for that, but perhaps is there an opportunity for a platform bringing this innovation that they talked about, where there could be more engagement from these people that, you know, how they mentioned there's limitation on funding and capacity to be engaging in a more formal way, but that they could still provide their feedback and their, you know, resources and just anything that they can do to, you know, help the process. And actually also understand where in the process, CAVA process we're at, and, you know, like what's next, kind of like an update. I don't know.
Thank you for that. So you kind of alluded to what our next question was going to be, was to have conversations about barriers to engagement. Some of the ones that have been mentioned have been a lack of compensation and lack of organizational capacity or community capacity. And this can be compounded when ESJ groups are receiving potentially multiple requests on multiple proceedings. So maybe we can have a discussion on what are the challenges ESJ organizations face in engaging, and what some potential solutions and strategies the CPUC should consider to address them.
One more time on the question.
What are the barriers to engagement for community groups, and what potential solutions to those barriers might there be?
As you stated, the young lady was segueing into your question, and her answers were there in regards to, as Enrique as well, in regards to a funding incentive, daycare, I don't know if you want to call it daycare, somebody to watch your little ones, something to eat. The community has expanded, because now most folks are with that hard reality of, okay, my income isn't doing what it once did. So I'm putting in the extra hours to cover what is no longer being covered because due to inflation. I'll call it inflation, but there's a better word for it. But to that, those in the community that are on the low end of the spectrum, let's take the county of Sacramento, where there's over 500,000 individuals in the workforce that make $2,000 or less per month. So understanding what that meant, that's 1/3 of the total population of the county. I'm being conservative because that number is closer to 660,000, but I'm going with 500,000. So to that, someone may be at work not just 8, but 10, 12, 14 hours a day. So to have them, it's not, bless you, it's not that they don't care, it's finding the opportunity to stop some of their income from coming in to get engaged. So yes, meet folks where they are, and how that's going to work for everyone, it won't. It's going to work for some, but not others, simply because of the dynamics of where we are at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room or online?
Thanks. I can add a bit more about concerns about accessibility, and it goes along with concerns about making sure that events are scheduled at times that are workable for people and with supports, but also accessibility that's specific for people with disabilities, so we can expand the CBOs and other organizations that are able to participate. So this would include making sure the physical locations themselves are accessible, the actual, way it's set up, and then also that people are able to get there, or offering hybrid options for participation, stating affirmatively that ASL interpretation and interpretation for other languages will be offered or can be available upon request, so that folks know that that's an option that they can request or that is available. That helps to encourage participation. Having a contact person for managing requests concerning accommodations, and then all the best practices to ensure that all written and digital materials are available in alternative and accessible formats, including large print, braille, in language, and then also considering that the disability community is impacted by the digital divide, as are other vulnerable communities, so also offering written materials as well. Thank you.
If you don't mind, I'd like to just a quick follow-up to what Rachel was just stating in regards to the multiple language option for translation. If the host would already have set up in their online virtual option the languages known for that community to which they are going already available, not having to hire an individual translator, but at least on the virtual end, those multiple languages will be there if so needed. Thank you.
And I'd like to reinforce Rachel's comments as well, particularly when our team at Fairlawn Strategies was supporting the PG&E CEP. We had community-based organizations that represented both visual and hearing impaired leadership on the RTAGs, and it did require some proactive thought in order to make sure that we were building those technical advisory groups in a way that were fully accessible to the participants and the leaders that we were supporting in that community engagement work. So it's certainly, from an accessibility standpoint, that's something to think about very proactively. Trust is one limiting factor for access as well, just trusting the process, trusting the organizations that are leading the work. Early in the CEP work, there was a lot of trust building because there is a history of distrust with many community organizations and PG&E through that process. And what we found on the other side of it was transparency was really important to building that trust, and at the end of the process, we had many CBOs that were really interested in a sustained engagement in partnership with PG&E. And that brings me to the capacity and funding question. So many engagements with community organizations are ad hoc, and they might be funded through stipends, but what that does is it limits their organization's ability to invest in long-term capacity. So if you have a sustained engagement with sustained funding, these organizations can invest in long-term capacity, and they don't have to be, bootstrapping ad hoc efforts and working on nights and weekends because they don't know where that long-term funding would come from for longer-term engagement. So that capacity and funding piece is very much connected, which is also linked to awareness. Awareness of the opportunities to engage, having the runway to know when they should be building capacity to help position for meaningful engagement is also a part of the accessibility question that came up during our work. And so just to highlight again, ad hoc requests, short-term requests really don't help build capacity even if they are funded. Longer-term sustainable engagements that are funded are really powerful because they build organizations' abilities to do things far beyond the work that's just being funded in the shorter term.
This isn't really a question, it's more of a comment. This is Grace Person. I've been doing public policy facilitation for more than 15 years, and everything that you've heard so far, I just want to emphasize that it isn't a one piece, that you can just take one piece of what's been recommended. It really is the collective. It is all of these things. So the accessibility piece, the accommodation of multiple meetings at different times of days to accommodate different work schedules and availabilities, the compensation piece. It is a woven practice of all of these tactics to make input accessible and available to what you're trying to do. And I'm also going to point out that these are things that people have been saying repeatedly and at multiple levels across multiple state agencies. So please know that when we share these things now, it's because you've asked for that, but we have been saying these things repeatedly, and it is best practice when you engage a community that is disadvantaged or under-resourced or under capacity, that they have said these things multiple times, that these are what we need in order to be able to participate and engage with you. So please recognize that it's a woven strategy of tactics. It can't just be one and done. It needs to be multiple layers in order to make this effective and durable for people to continue to participate.
Very specific, simple question. On the effort that the CPUC is doing for, advertise what you're doing, the works and the engagement, not the community-based organizations, but is there any effort towards academia involvement?
Specific academia, yeah. Specific to this conversation, these workshops.
Yeah, the city in general.
Yeah. That will definitely be more of what we're focused on in the technical workshop. And while that is specific to equity metrics, those folks are also very focused on climate adaptation. So I think that's where that more academic perspective will come in. There are some researchers that are with us today as well. So we do have some of those perspectives here, but no, that's a good question.
Patrick, we'll go to you next.
Thank you. This might just sound like piling on, but yes, the accessibility in all the dimensions discussed by Rachel and Michael and others. And I'd like to frame it in the construct of the cost of inaction. We've talked about the cost of inaction to emissions and global warming, but the cost of inaction of engagement and engaging all people, ethnicities, disabilities, accessibility challenges. If you don't engage, you miss the information and you find out too late. You find out at a point where it becomes extremely expensive both either in consequence or in dollars to resolve that. Kind of related to that, what some of those accessibility things are, like we have said, making sure that people can have their kids taken care of while they're participating. I think that highlights one of the other critical infrastructure questions that we need to ask in the long-term scoping too, is what is critical infrastructure for the people that we are engaging with, and find out what that is, because it's not just the DHS critical infrastructure sectors. It's also grocery stores. It's also childcare centers. It's also places where you can get clean, cool air, all of that. But let's make sure that we understand what is critical for the function of that community as we invest in the critical infrastructure for that community.
Thinking as Mike died on us.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been wanting to kind of sit back in this conversation and let community-based organizations respond to this question, but I think one thing that I just wanted to highlight and really appreciated, Grace, your comments is there's also a lot of reports out there and information around best practices around community engagement that I think, you know, many of these things that are coming through are reflected in, and the Strategic Growth Council and the Air Resources Board put together a report on best practices and community engagement, I think back in like 2018, 2019, that I think flagged a number of the things that have been shared. Certainly not all of them. I think it's always important to kind of come back to these conversations and add to those best practices, but happy to share that report as well as our technical assistance guidelines, or our technical assistance toolkit we call now, also has some best practices around community engagement. The Institute for Local Government also has some great resources. There are a number of organizations that have put together really helpful resources that I'd encourage folks to be sort of thinking about. I think one of the things that you know, that we've talked about a little bit here is also making sure that you're making the process really accessible as well to the folks who are in the room, and that the way that the information is presented is clear and is something that folks are able to engage with, as well as also going into spaces where communities are already. So not just organizing a workshop, you know, and expecting everyone to come to that, but finding times when you can go to farmers markets or existing community meetings or different spaces where people are, so that it's really, you know, I think a much better way to engage with people. But I think it's really important to think also about this more holistic, like what is that broader community engagement plan around? Yes, it's the workshops. Yes, it's the going to events. Yes, it's making sure that the events are accessible, and sort of putting all of those best practices together to come up with something that really creates a space where a community can provide really meaningful feedback in the process.
Thank you. Being mindful of time, I think we're going to shift gears a little bit, and we're going to talk about the definitions of disadvantaged and vulnerable communities as they pertain to this proceeding. Can we get the slide of the DVC definition? Just for accessibility purposes, the definition of disadvantaged and vulnerable communities as it pertains to this proceeding are communities that consist of 25% highest scoring census tracts in the Callan virus screen, census tracts with the highest 5% pollution burden on the Callan virus screen, census tracts with a median in household income of less than 60% of the state median income, then all California tribal lands. So in its 2020 climate adaptation decision, the Commission adopted this definition intended to encompass communities that require extra funding, outreach, or attention due to socioeconomic status, pollution burden, and adaptive capacity, particularly in the context of climate change and energy infrastructure. So is this definition appropriately targeted, or should modifications be considered? I think we heard a little bit about that in terms of accessibility, but I don't know if you want to add anything else, Rachel.
Sure, I can add a bit more. So as I mentioned earlier, people with disabilities and medical needs are a vulnerable population that isn't geographically clustered. And so there are, of course, intersections with communities, and the disability community being disproportionately low income will be captured in some of the current definition, but it's also important to recognize that this is a community that isn't represented by the general population and averages. So just C4AT would advocate for having a recognition of the particular vulnerabilities of this population. And we have provided informal comments on 2 of the utilities' recent community engagement plans, their draft plans, and they've been receptive to advocating for an expanded definition or some way to, I don't know how exactly to harmonize this recognition with how the current definition is geographically based, but incorporating a recognition of the specific vulnerability of the disability community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Yes.
I was going to make a comment in regards to the ADA, what Rachel was speaking on, but I'll save that for another day. Being that I am a card-carrying member, the adjustments I'm looking at would jump up, to me, jumps off the screen, and that 60% of the state median income, again, going back to Sacramento using 2023 numbers, for the city of Sacramento, AMI was 76,000 and change. So at 60%, you're stating an income community level of 48,000 annual. Let me re-reference to where 1/3 of the population in Sacramento County makes $24,000 a year or less. And I think I can hold my rest of my comments at that.
Patrick?
Once again, I'm going to defer to Kelly. She had her hand up before I did.
Last time we were in such good synergy. Why don't you go ahead, go first, and then I'll hop after you.
Cool. Okay, just a couple things. Cutoffs I find frightening. The 25th percentile Cal-Enviro-Screen. What about census tracts that are in the 26th? Do they get 0? So some ability to make that a smoother cutoff. Similarly with the 61st percentile in income, do those census tracts not count? How do we make sure that there are the people in need in census tracts that don't quite make that cutoff get some support? And then finally, across both of those, especially at those edges, but even in the wealthiest census tracts in California, there are people, whether they are medically disadvantaged or other types of vulnerability, or even economic, the poorest people in the wealthiest census tracts would then be ignored by this type of a cutoff, and that needs to be considered. Thank you.
Patrick, we're once again quite synergistic here. My main comment on this has been that as RAND has done work with the California Energy Commission, as we work with Southern California Gas or Southern California Edison or our municipal utilities, we've seen across the board that this fails to capture several of the actual disadvantaged and vulnerable communities, as I would call them, not per law, but those that, you know, maybe they have a Karen Farah rates on their utility bills, or, you know, maybe they are HUD housing, or there's so many different communities that are legitimately communities that are not covered in here. And so we're missing getting aid and connecting and hearing those voices from some of the people who need it the most. And the second thing I would flag more as a think about, maybe a question, is that what I've heard today, with possibly the exception of the gentleman from Sacramento, I haven't really heard much about the pollution burden, and I haven't heard much from the room either about additional things that one might do for this particular type of disadvantaged community. So just a curious thought to think about, is there something there? I don't know. I'll just leave it at that.
I would like to reinforce Kelly's comments as well. So it looks like a few of us are continuing to be in synergy, which is great. When it comes to the last CEP for PG&E, one of the things that we found was because we were working directly with community-based organizations that knew their communities the best, these criteria became a starting point and a really floor to the engagement. So this was the minimum. And as we were talking with the community-based organizations about their own communities, they would share with us, and I believe Nathan might have mentioned this earlier in his presentation, but they would share with us, what are we missing? What do we need to include that isn't specifically included in these types of metrics? And I think to Kelly's point, we did have pollution come up as one of the criteria. We had plenty of community-based organizations that service territories far exceeded the boundaries of the disadvantaged vulnerable communities that were identified in this tool. So we wound up doing broader engagement than necessarily was required, and I think we got much better outcomes from it as a result. So I would say, you know, when we think about certain criteria like this, let's think about it as a floor versus what's mandated necessarily, and it's a starting point for a discussion with community organizations that know their communities the best.
Anyone else in the room or online that has comments on this? Okay. So the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group, which
Enrique had
advises
his
both.
hand up.
Oh, Enrique, yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Really quick, I think, you know, I've been working a lot with labor and worker protection nonprofits, and I'm wondering if the criteria that's up on the screen would also cover, for example, a lot of the indoor workers that are working in hot warehouses in some of the hottest regions of California, and also a lot of agricultural workers, you know, who are working in these same conditions. I think that's a very critical sector that we should think about also engaging, as they have been doing this for many years and could offer some really unique and interesting insight into these procedures.
Yes, Patrick?
Sorry, I forgot one more. Cal EnviroScreen does tend to focus on urban areas and discount some of the rural community challenges, and that needs to be considered, especially wildfire and wildfire smoke, as part of the pollution burden.
Thank you. Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group, or the DAC-AG, which advises both the CPUC and the California Energy Commission, recently updated its equity framework. And one recommendation that came from that framework is that the term disadvantaged should be phased out, potentially due to negative connotation, and replaced with terms like ESJ communities or justice communities. Does this seem like a logical recommendation? And are there any more appropriate terms that should be considered? Sure. ESJ, or environmental and social justice communities, or justice communities are terms that have been used by both the CPUC and the CEC, the Energy Commission. Please.
I have a hard time with the use of justice. Yes, I'm a board member of the Sacramento Environmental Justice Coalition, but calling it a justice community or any inclination of using the word justice it's almost an oxymoron to the point of someone who doesn't know its full term would be thinking, I won't say oxymoron, it would be thought of contrary to its actual term. To that disadvantage, I don't like using that as well. Lack of investment, call it what it is, before the language of softening, historical, so forth, systemic, racist, socioeconomic oppression. I'll walk that any day, all day, every day. That's the actuality. Let's call it what it is and stop milk toasting so others can feel better for what has transpired. If you weren't part of the problem, there's no reason for you to feel bad. For those who are the problem, they don't care, so they don't feel bad. So let's be very specific in regards to what you're speaking of so we all know exactly what you're speaking of. My 2 cents. Wait, inflation, 1.5 cents.
I was just going to add, I think looking at the ESJ Action Plan 2.0, that the current definition in their ESJ communities intersects a lot with the definition of DVCs, and also more what I wanted to emphasize was in that action plan, it does, as others have mentioned, specifically identify that there are a number of other priority populations that are not encompassed within these current definitions, but still should be affirmatively considered for prioritization when it comes to various initiatives. So just expanding on others' comments who have mentioned who currently isn't included, including them and acknowledging that would be consistent with the action plan. Thank you.
Any other thoughts on this in the room or online? All right, in that case, I will pass it back to Megan.
Thank you, Zara. So we're going to be shifting gears a little bit back over to the concept of equity metrics, and specifically what I want to talk about or ask about is, so we kind of laid out what equity metrics are and why they matter specifically to this proceeding. Remember, we're really focused on how equity metrics might help inform decision-making when it comes to climate adaptation vulnerability assessments and the subsequent potential investment decisions that might come out of a general rate case or another application. And with that context, when it comes to the idea of measuring or quantifying adaptive capacity or climate vulnerability, and actually, Joe, can you go to the next slide so people can remember what those terms actually mean? So when it comes to those things, adaptive capacity or climate vulnerability of a community, what, as communities, do you think are the indicators that we need to be identifying? So you might remember that slide where I listed out things like race or gender or access to transportation or risk of climate events in your community, those kinds of things. Whatever, it doesn't have to be those indicators, it could be others. Do you think that there are indicators that are most essential to be measuring when it comes to making these climate adaptation investment decisions?
I have no problem going first. Not the sole unit of measure, but one of the greater units of measure is the CalEnviro Screen, now 4.0, in addition to any other data that would be in combination thereof. Understanding is just not a source of information coming from one avenue, but multiple avenues, excuse me, indicating exactly what particular area is the most impacted. So the area to which I live, again, well, let me quantify. The most impacted on the pollutants that you're looking for and collecting data on. Let's just make sure we understand that. There are different measures that may not include lead, just beating that up a little bit. In its data collection, there's another body that I'm working with that they did not have lead as a data marker, and I'm like, are you kidding me? But with that said, after I brought it up, it is now included. But so when depending upon if the almost the full spectrum of what is being collected and being analyzed, and then from multiple sources separate from each other as governmental and independent come together, put that information forward, and you find the commonality, then you find its most impacted areas. And you go from there. But with that said, it is always easier to find the most impacted areas because it will be the lower income neighborhoods. Let's not confuse neighborhood with community. A community has 5 pillars: law enforcement, fire, grocery store, bank, and hospital. Those are the 5 pillars you need to make it a community. But so again, milk toasting poor neighborhoods by calling them now communities. They're neighborhoods. So anyway, concluding, taking the available data from multiple sources, finding the commonalities, and going forward from there.
Thank you. Anyone else want to take a crack at that question of what metrics or indicators they think are most critical?
I'm Michael McCormick. I think one of the standard resources that are available now to discuss vulnerable communities and adaptive capacity is the OPR Vulnerable Communities Platform. And I think when we think about new initiatives that tie to terms like this and definitions like this, it's so important to make sure we recognize the work that's already been done to define those terms and to do the work to bring people in that are in those communities to help define those terms. And perhaps a priority should be to go back to take a look at some of that work that's been already done, look at the Vulnerable Communities Platform, and make sure that the terms are aligning with some of the standard practices that are already out there, because that makes it a lot easier for the community of practice to engage in those terms and for communities to have clarity around how they're defined and in context of all state initiatives and not just department by department.
I'll just venture one thing here. Climate vulnerability, you know, an assessment of to what extent a group of people is, or community in this case, potentially historically connected to culturally, economically, or otherwise, a resource that's being threatened by climate change, and the extent to which that resource may be depleted.
Thank you. Let's go to Patrick online. Oh, sorry. Looks like Enrique had his hand up first. Sorry, Patrick. Let's go to Enrique first.
No, that's okay. Go for it, Patrick.
Okay, I'll be quick. Great framing. I like what folks have been saying. There's a great paper by Logan and Guikma in risk analysis on resilience and equity being measured by distance to essentials. And it's a lovely metric because it works both day to day and during disasters. How long does it take you? How far does it take you to get to things like groceries, to a hospital bed, to clean air, to clean water? And I think some of the things that Ms. Boyd was saying earlier highlight this, that if you don't have a grocery in your neighborhood, is it a community? If you don't have fire safety in your neighborhood, is it a community? So using this Logan and Geikma framing of how far is it to these essentials and essential services, both during and after disasters, considering especially when we're talking about power and energy as one of our foci today, to consider how far is it to resilient energy from your household, from your community, I think is a very valuable metric of what is equity. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Enrique.
Thanks. So when it comes to extreme heat, we know that many of our historically marginalized communities are overly exposed to sunlight. Many of these same communities, because of that historic overexposure, now have many medical conditions like diabetes and hypertension as a result from being isolated and unable to really enjoy the outdoors. And then we also know that these communities, when they're struck with a high emergency room bill, are least able to bounce back from such a cost. So I would put health equity at the top of a unit that we should be measuring. And then one additional comment I have is we know how extreme heat affects our frontline communities, but what about affluent communities? These are the communities that are able to afford energy-intensive air conditioners and mechanical equipment. They're able to drive to faraway places to get away from hot temperatures. Is there thought around engaging them to see what their energy burden is on the grid system and not just solely focus on historically marginalized communities? That's it.
Thank you. Any further thoughts on this topic, this question? Yeah, Rachel.
I think, as others have mentioned before, just continuing to be clear about what metrics are used for and how they're developed, and if there are metrics that, for instance, maybe show that an area is generally has less vulnerability, but still has, we still need to remember that there may be individuals and communities within that area that are highly vulnerable. So just having awareness of that, and then as far as specific factors to consider, I think earlier it was mentioned that duration of outages is something that is in the process of being added to a metric, and I think for the disability community that's really important and other vulnerable communities, because as outages go on, the harms are compounded and they're more likely to, have any medication that requires refrigeration may be spoiled, food loss, apart from the most vulnerable individuals who don't have any flexibility in their electricity use, and the costs and difficulties of the outage situation is important to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is the final question. We only have about 7 minutes left. So just any last brief thoughts on metrics or factors that might limit an individual household or community's ability to adapt to an outage or recover from a climate event? Anything that really hasn't been touched on that you think we really need to bring up when it comes to things that might limit someone's ability to recover from a climate event or an outage?
Michael McCormick. Fairlawn Strategies partnered with Climate Resolve to publish a report about 1.5 years, 2 years ago now, called Ounce of Prevention, Local Government Readiness to Act on Climate. And we have a number of specific discussion points in there regarding this. So I'd love to enter that into the record, and I can forward that to you. For expediency, I won't go into the details. It's all in there. And I'll hand it on to the next comment.
Awesome. I think Patrick online was next.
Thank you. Thank you again. Also not going to dive deep into the math or anything of it, but net income after essential expenses is a key indicator of vulnerability. I think Enrique mentioned this, that when you have no slack in the system, you have a difficulty bouncing back. I think it also goes along with Rachel's comment. Comments about vulnerable populations. If you have high medical bills, if you have expensive medicines and you lose those medicines during an outage, bouncing back after losing that big chunk of money becomes very, very difficult when you have zero income after paying for housing, medical expenses, transportation, heating and cooling, electricity, and other utilities. So especially in California where the housing burden is high, that is one of the biggest challenges. So low income in expensive places is going to lead to a lot of people being on this edge of having near zero net income after expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael?
I would add that oftentimes a family's ability to cope with an outage, for instance, is partly shaped by, compounding infrastructural realities, as in, we're talking about power, but there's sanitation, there's clean drinking water, there's internet, and all of these things create the conditions within which somebody's responding to an outage and would also capacitate or not their ability to respond. So really those things should be considered in some of these efforts, power alongside the availability and of other infrastructures as well.
Thank you. And yeah, go ahead.
Since losing my voice here, since I hadn't been doing it, Barry F. Boyd, Sacramento Environmental Justice Coalition. I just wanted to plug again, shameless plug. I used to be in entertainment, so with that said, writing off what has already been stated,
We're having terrible luck with these mic batteries.
let's try this one, 1, 2, 1, 2. Just putting it in a nutshell, access to capital, as the question is, after a climate impact, so that access to capital equitably and equally, i.e. the insurance adjusters for those who are fortunate to have that insurance, those in the poorer neighborhoods get the same amount of service as those in the affluent neighborhoods at the same time. As Michael had stated in regards to power, that the grid comes on equally and equitably throughout the city and or county, not starting, I'll use Sacramento, not starting East Sacramento and then working its way out from there. It's, in addition, concluding, I'm sorry, I'm chopping and editing in my mind as I'm speaking, so sorry for the stammer. Having available, most of us don't have a generator backup to power what we need. So having a mobile energy source in the grid spread out throughout the county would be fantastic, and that mobile source of energy equitably and equally spread out throughout the county.
Thank you. So we are coming up against time. We have a couple minutes left for final thoughts before we close things out for the day. Is there any final thoughts anyone wanted to bring up in our last few minutes? I see Ariadne online.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to point out that I know we're talking a lot on socioeconomic factors, and we're also talking about the climate hazards themselves, but really thinking about the built environment and the conditions that folks are living in. And I know metrics aren't great sometimes for those, but just things like land use and tree canopy, and recognizing that the same low-income communities are also communities that have been previously redlined and that face very little access to some of these adaptive and better built environments. So really looking into kind of metrics that fall along that built environment.
And one final thought from me is it's community resilience leads to energy infrastructure resilience. Energy infrastructure resilience certainly helps with community resilience. So acknowledging that the CAVAs are done with energy infrastructure with a focus, that it can't be the only focus. It does have to connect to the community work that's happening around resilience and equity, and they need to feed into each other in order for them to truly be effective and to result in projects that are being built on the ground that respond to the needs that are being identified by both communities and the utilities doing this work. Thank you.
Awesome. And we have time for one more comment or thought, if there's anything else. Ariadne, do you still have a comment? Okay, so that was an old hand. Okay, well, with that, I want to thank you all for your time once again, and we can go ahead, Joe, and transition into our closing slides. Okay, one more. All right, so we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier today, but I want to give you an idea of where we're going from here when it comes to these workshops. So for this workshop, we will be inviting folks to submit comments, which will be due 3 weeks from now. Looks like we didn't quite add the date, but so 3 weeks from now, we'll be asking for comments to come in, and we can send out an email follow up on this. October 11th? Oh, sorry. That's just me being silly. Okay, so yes, on October 11th, comments will be due. You can submit them to me at my email, megan.cook@cpuc.ca.gov. You can always refer back to these slides, which we'll be posting online if you need to get my information. And then on the 25th of October, we will be doing this same format of workshop again in Southern California in Irvine at the Quail Community Center. And that workshop, the only real difference is that it will have different community members from the Southern California area, and we'll have a focus on the Southern California utilities as well. So they'll be presenting. So there'll be that workshop, and then on November 20th, as we mentioned before, we'll have our technical workshop on equity metrics. We talked about that a fair amount today, but we'll be really getting into the nitty-gritty at the technical workshop on the 20th, and that one will be at the CPUC headquarters in San Francisco. And these workshops will, I believe, all still have a virtual component as well for those who can't attend in person. And then, as we discussed, the idea is that what's coming out of these workshops is going to flow into a staff proposal, which we are anticipating for early 2025, which will then be issued within the proceeding for comment. So you can keep an eye out for that. And in mid-2025, we are anticipating a proposed decision to come out about these topics. So we, again, really appreciate your time. I believe you can go to next slide, Joe. Okay, so we talked a little bit about comment. So how you can participate, we will be using the mailing list for the notice that went out for this workshop. So you should have received the notice email, and we'll be using that listserv of emails to provide follow-up. If we don't have your email, you can sign up at the check-in table when you walked in. There was a sign-up sheet. Or again, just email me, and we can add you to the list. And then if you want to access the full docket card for this proceeding, the climate adaptation proceeding, you can access that through the CPUC docket card search tool. We have that linked on the slides here. And you would just have to search for our proceeding number. So for the climate adaptation proceeding, that is R1804019 without any periods or dashes. And you can also find specific decisions within the proceeding on our decision search tool, which is, again, linked on the slide. And then our Public Advisor's Office provides any procedural information or advice that you might need as an individual or as a group if you want to formally participate in the proceedings as a party. So it's a formal designation to become a party to the proceeding. So if you're interested in that process, you can access information through the Public Advisor's Office. Next slide, please. All right, now with that, I will stop talking finally. I'm sure you're sick of my voice by now. And I will hand it over to the Commissioner for closing remarks.
So I just wanted to thank everyone for their participation today. I think it was a really good discussion. We've got a lot of work to do, but there was a lot of good input and feedback, and any recommendations you have on how to improve the process or make it better will be really helpful for us in developing the record for this proceeding, so we can get a really good, solid decision that will have impacts on the CAVAs that the utilities are preparing and providing, which can serve as information and that we can rely on when it's submitted into our other proceedings where we're looking at what costs to authorize for the utilities. And so it has real implications and it's real important. And I really appreciate so many folks joining us today to have this discussion. Look forward to any written comments or additional information that's provided, and participation in the next 2 workshops that Megan had described earlier. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. One last logistical request. If you mentioned any sort of report or other thing that you think is important for folks working on this decision to be aware of, please do email it to me, because it makes my life a lot easier, so I don't have to go digging through this recording to find out what the report was. So I appreciate that.
I just also really want to recognize all of Megan's work on putting this together. She's just done an excellent job of tracking everything, so thank you. And to Zara and the entire team. So that Cheryl's here as well, and so is Judith. So and Joe, and yes, we could not do this.
We can't do it without the support staff.
Yes, and our support staff. So thanks, everyone.
Stop the recording.